So, we played the demo for this last Next Fest, I think? Yeah, I think it was just the last one. But it was a lot of fun, so since it came out in early access yesterday, I think it was, and I had promised a couple people that had spotted it before that I was going to play it with them, I figure I may as well do some prep work today, because I've not heard any verification on any of those people playing it yet. I figure we'll get a feel for what's available now, get a feel for what I can and can't do and all that good stuff, you know? As you can see, we only had Pledipet when we did the demo. You start with Smazzy, and I hatched Ori and Inky from the eggs that we had gotten in the demo. Your demo progress does carry over. I don't know how many of these are actually available currently, or if this is just how many they intend to have. The Kudo board they have has expanded. As you can see, I've got a few for melee and a few for digital, some fire and odds and ends here and there. The fact that some of these are question marks rather than being like coming soon makes me wonder if there's more available, but I don't know that for sure. Now, the only one I haven't played with yet is Inky, so we'll go ahead and start with Inky, the electric one. I did grab a bunch of skills for Inky already because having luck right off the bat, for example, caught my attention. Zipanku is where we were in the demo. We have Denise, and based on the fact that the names are here for these places, I'm going to assume we can go to those if I do well enough, but we'll find out as we go. I don't have any meaningful information on the early access content for this yet. Hang on, untangling a wire. There we go. Realized I had like no headphone cable length for some reason, and it's because it got stuck when I was walking around the room. So, it is what it is. Okay, it looks like we just put out a string of electricity and it will hit whatever it hits. We don't really have control over that necessarily. Now, I say that because Smazzy actually had a little bit of control. You could actually indicate a direction to punch. Yeah, sure, we'll take more techniques. Strike more things with more lightning. Yes, yes. Crystal spikes rise from the ground at a random point and inflict area damage. I mean, it's not lightning, though. So I don't know if I have enough lightning skills to only go lightning. Let's go ahead and take the boss damage because I feel like I'm going to need that. The armor might be a good idea, but Inky seems pretty quick, so I think we can avoid for the most part. Plus or minus learning hitbox sizes. Increase attack area? Yeah. Do remember from when we played the demo that we can only have 4 passives and 4 actives at a time. So, things may get a little dicey in that regard. We can thankfully just bump into boxes to open them so we don't have to rely on our lightning hitting it. I think I like raising our lightning strike more than our basic, honestly, because it gives it 2 bolts of lightning. That seems like the better idea. More bang for our buck, you know? I don't think we'll have any synergies right now because I believe synergies are unlockable. Based on the fact that we keep getting crystal spikes and we're not seeing anything else, that might be the only other technique Inky has right now. Which would kind of suck, but not be too shocking. Because I do believe this game operates on the you just kind of suck the first time and then get better idea. Which was the one unfortunate thing. We do have our ultimate, though, which apparently is just a lot more lightning bolts. Okay. Nothing too remarkable there, but effective. We're still only seeing DC Beam, Thunder Strike, and Crystal Spikes. I'm kind of nervous about that. But let's keep raising our lightning area. Especially since I'm presuming, since our ultimate works similar to our lightning strike, it'll probably benefit from the area increase as well. If it doesn't, that's also fine, but you know, it'd be nice. I should probably be rushing over to that zone over there, but I'm just kind of taking it slow right now, getting a feel for Anki and figuring things out, rather than trying to be top of my game here, or right off the top. The critical probability on this also seems very enticing. And the only way to find out if we have any synergies is to focus on maxing something out anyway, so we may as well focus for now. Because at the end of the day, having really powerful lightning strikes is probably going to be our strongest move here anyway. Oh wait, DC Beam gets a second projectile. On this upgrade. We could get a third lightning strike, but I think 2 DC beams would actually be a very big help. His DC beam takes care of close targets, whereas the lightning can land like anywhere. Go ahead and just clear some space here. And there we go, we got the third lightning bolt anyway. So it all works out. I think now I'm comfortable enough we can go see what this zone over here is. So I could like try to rush places where eggs might be or something to try to get the other Tems if there are any, but I really don't think that would be my best idea right now. Okay, so it is a nest. Problem is we have to stand still to activate this, and then we have to defend the nest. And we don't seem really built for defending a location particularly. Thankfully, they seem far more focused on killing me than they are on killing the nest at the moment. Oh wait, no, it's break the nest, not protect the nest. Come on. 4 lightning bolts, there we go. Nest is broken. For some reason I thought I was supposed to protect it, and I really don't know why. Probably because that would make more sense than breaking it. Okay, that froze everything. That's fantastic news. Okay, lightning bolt's maxed out. One more and then DC beam will be maxed out as well. Then we need to start maxing out these passives in the hopes that one of them applies to what we're doing here, but the only one that's likely to apply would be the area boost to our lightning strike, and I don't think that that's going to be the case. Like, I can dream, but I don't think that's going to be the way that plays out. Now, there's another zone down there that I could go to. But I seem to have put myself in a very bad position. So, let's figure that out first, shall we? Oh, and we've got a boss to deal with anyway, so let's take care of that problem first. I was kind of hoping to evolve before a boss would show up, but looks like we're not going to have any such luck. This one might also not evolve? Question mark? Actually, not sure. I don't remember any of the Tem Tem evolution trees at this point, because I played actual Tem Tem like 5 or 6 years ago at this point, I think. Whenever the game actually came out. Just keep weaving my way through all the trouble. I'm trying, Zin. How you doing? definitely doing as much running for my life as I am killing, but you know, when all of your attacks attack remotely, you don't really need to worry about being where the attacks are. There we go. DC beam's also maxed out now, so we get 3 bolts. Boss is almost dead. Just need to kind of hang out vaguely nearby. Really, none of that ultimate hit him, huh? That's fine. Nice, nice, and so far so good. Little stiff and Sorb has been one of those rainy meh days, but other than that, everything's fine. There we go, boss down. We'll go collect our reward here in a second once they're not all standing on top of it. There we go. Good, good. Even more area effect will be a very, very good idea. Sure, extra projectiles, yes, yes. Considering we have 2 fairly limited projectile attacks right now, that's probably a really good thing to have. Especially when we can just get even more. It is interesting that it's a 2 upgrade cap on that one, but it makes sense because if you get too many more projectiles, it would just be really easy. We might die doing this. So I have to stand in this circle for 12 more seconds, and we have no good clear on ourselves here. Yeah, no, this is a no-go. That ain't happening. I'm gonna have to throw that away. I pushed my luck, but I ain't gonna push it that far because we would not survive. It's a real pity we got our ult when we did. If we'd gotten it a little sooner, we would have been able to do that safely. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other techniques, so we'll go ahead and take crystal spikes. I'm not so sure how I feel about the random targeting of it, but hopefully it'll do something. Oh, there's a chest over there, probably from one of these glowy boys. We just need to sneak our way back over there. Just slip between the enemies. Okay. Free level for crystal spike. Plus 20 area to it, or 10 more area for both. Oh, wait. Huh. That's interesting. This only applies to lightning bolt, even though this is an area attack as well. I guess it's because it's a different type of attack? Huh. That's a little weird. Well, I guess we'll take the 20 for this one then. If it's 10 for one or 20 for the other, I mean, you may as well take the higher number, right? I know our goal was to max out that equipment, but right now our goal is more survive. And making Crystal Spike viable might end up being the key to us surviving here. 2 Crystal Spikes at a time now. Oh, that's what makes it worth it. Okay. It's area denial. They can't enter the spot where it is without taking damage. So it's not an immediate damage when it appears. It's like a spike trap type deal. That's infinitely more useful than I thought it was, and I'm glad I gave in eventually and took it. Okay, now, oh, our spikes are maxed out too. It's really easy to max things out when your pool's very small, as it turns out. Who knew? Probably should see if these other points are doable. And on the way, hope we find boxes with food in them. There's some more money we left behind when we were running around before. Can't go wrong with more money. There you go, there's some cherries to bring us out of the oh god we're dying state of things. Some more money. It's another nest. Okay, we can do that. Considering, you know, we just blast it like that and everything works itself out. Might have been overkill to immediately throw the ult for that, but I figure it would work out. Grab that magnet, get us a free level. There's sonar maxed out. I'm not seeing anything immediately showing up. I want to say the synergy, if there was one, would have appeared immediately afterward, or when I leveled, so I think we're SOL on that one. And I think Inky doesn't level, doesn't evolve, which might be a little unfortunate. But at the same time, it's kind of fine. We are not going to make a try for that control zone, especially not while this boss is here. In case anybody's wondering about that one. That just ain't happening. I'm not gonna rule out the idea of Inky evolving entirely. Oh, this is how you know your pool's running low, by the way. Hey, I'm pretty sure is you start seeing healing items appearing as your level up option. Which, don't get me wrong, that can actually be way more powerful than any actual upgrades. At least temporarily. Especially when bosses do that much damage. Half a health bar? Nah, you don't have that anymore. Whack, dead. We unlocked a lot of things. Yeah, there's the DC beam and Thunderstrike synergies, Plasma Ball, Tesla Prison, synergy for Crystal Spikes, Quartz Shield. Okay, yeah, so if we go back in, we will get a much better run. First, let's spend some of that money we just made, shall we? Go ahead and cap out our luck. Boost our experience gain. I could grab dash, but I'm not too concerned about that at the moment. Raise our damage some more. Raise our electric damage specifically a little bit. Grab some critical probability. So we can, primarily so we can get the cooldown reduction that's over here. Two different cooldown reductions. Okay. Sure. Can't go wrong with everything being used faster, right? Right. Let's go right back into Denise and see how much better we do this time. Hopefully having a few more techniques at our disposal will make a big difference. Because the techniques we had were solid enough. Well, aside from DC Beam. DC Beam's a little eh. Area attack that slows the enemy. Sure. Yeah, that seems like it'll be pretty useful. As long as it lands in a useful spot, like there. Experience cubes disappear after 10 seconds, but their value is increased by 25%. Okay. Okay, that's tempting. But first, extra projectiles. So we get more Tesla prisons at once, like that. There's our Thunderstrike, which will also be impacted by the extra projectiles. Just go ahead and max out that holster straight away. We'll go quantity over quality for the moment, because what our biggest weakness was is we didn't have any real amount of coverage consistently before. So just having a lot more shots going off should handle the coverage issue for us. Ah, this goes in with our DC beam. So yeah, we'll take the plasma ball, because that'll hopefully make DC beam more workable. Is it? If I remember right, the ones with the plus on them specifically are the ones they synergize with. Burn everything. Yes, yes. Defeat all kinds of enemies with fire damage for me. Yes. While active, protects the Tem Tem from a hit when damaged and increases their armor for a few seconds. I mean, I could... Okay, yeah, I was right in thinking that Sonar was the synergy item for Thunderstrike. We just couldn't do it yet because we didn't have the synergy available yet. But let's go ahead and focus on boosting our Plasma Ball right now. We'll focus DC Beam and Plasma Ball and see what we can do there. Especially when the chest gives us another Plasma Ball. I don't know if I'll fish for crystal spikes or what as far as our fourth technique goes, because I think we have seen all the new techniques now. I think Quartz Shield was the only other technique we had gained when we were leveling up there. So that might not be the best. I'll probably go for Crystal Spikes over Quartz Shield, even though Quartz Shield would probably be the safer option. I feel like with how I do things, those Crystal Spikes will be better. Otherwise known as give me more aggro option. Because, you know, my primary tactic is kill thing before it touch you. We might have enough coverage this time that we can just keep this protected. And notice the timer on this is much lower this time, as it was earlier on. There we go. Nice and easy and free. And it makes our DC beam better. Perfect. Give me exactly what I wanted. Which is not gonna last, but you know what? I'll take it while I can get it. Nice. Perfect magnet timing. Keep racing up that plasma ball. Get us our maxed out DC beam. Now we just need to max out plasma ball and then we'll have the synergy. Or at least we'll have the synergy available. Thank you for the free chest. It's like it knows. Though I think it does prioritize the things that you have the higher levels in. Oh, right. Only one part of it needed to be maxed, so we have DC Beam Plus now. Lightning that strikes up to 5 nearby enemies in a chain, dealing less damage per enemy struck. That's fine. Give me Chain Lightning. That is already so much better. I'm glad we went that route. For some reason, I thought both sides of it had to be maxed, but I think I'm thinking of multiple other games where the synergies involved having both parts of it filled out. So that means we start leveling Thunderstrike now. And we hope for the sonar to reappear. So we can get the synergy for that and just show how much stronger you are once you have synergies. Crazy concept, being better with synergy. Who would have ever thought that that was how that worked? I disapprove of them having these healers on that note. There we go, nest is blown up. Easy. Thank you for all the prizes. Remember when I said eventually it was going to stop giving me what I wanted? Yeah. I mean, I don't mind Tesla Prison getting better, and I do actually want the Volgon scale, because it makes all of our damage higher, but that's neither here nor there, because that's not what I was looking for actively. Oh, but there's the stim pack, too. Ah. I actually might trade out the scale for the stim pack. We'll see what the future holds for us. There's a very real possibility where I'm gonna go for quantity over quality at that point. There's the bird boss again. We do have a heal nearby, so we can kind of be aggressive here as long as we don't go too aggressive and stupid. Okay, make the area much bigger and increase the hit interval. I can live with that. Yeah, because now it actually gets more than one hit per placement, so that's beautiful. Or at least it can get more than one hit per placement. There's the Daredevil's cloak as well, which is very tempting. Ooh, I can get even more Tesla. I mean, this is what will get us synergy, but we don't have the item it synergizes with right now. So sure, we'll go ahead and make our Tesla Prison better instead. Besides, we saw what maxed out Lightning Strike looked like anyway. There we go, boss down. Maxed out Tesla Prison, so that takes it out of the pool and makes it easier for us to find the Thunder Strikes we're looking for anyway. They really want me to take a Quartz Shield, and to that I say nuts to you. I don't care. Cut to like 5 minutes from now where I die because I have no protection. But, you know, it's fine. Nothing could possibly go wrong with this plan. There's a certain degree of irony as well to destroying those flying beetle things in particular with lightning, because I recall from when I was playing the original game that this spawned from, that was actually my primary lightning creature, was those little beetle guys, because I think they specifically get DC beam like really early on. Understrike. This is when I just don't see sonar ever again. Well, there's the crystal spikes, so we'll go ahead and grab those. Nice dragon fruit to boost us back to full health. I guess we'll max out Plasma Ball just to get it out of the pool, and it'll also ensure that all of our attacks other than Crystal Spikes do stupid damage. Which is something we're gonna kind of need anyway, probably. It seems like the spikes do alright for themselves regardless. And we don't need to worry about health too much. Oh yeah, this is your proof, by the way, that things can be swapped out, because you'll notice we got another technique while we're already at 4 techniques. It's also nice enough to tell you, hey, these are your synergies if you know them. Since we haven't actually done these synergies, we don't know what the other part is. Which, that is a good point. There's actually an item we need to find that synergizes with crystal spikes. It would be kind of funny if sonar was both of them. But there's our maxed out plasma ball. So now we don't need to look for that anymore. Oh, it's another nest. Okay, this won't take long. Lightning everywhere. There we go. Give me the free goodies. And a watermelon. Okay, it's not stim pack for that. Okay. It is interesting that DC beam's not affected by fire rate. I guess it's not technically... I think it doesn't have the range tag, and fire rate only applies to range, I think. I don't know, something to think about. Something to figure out as we go. What is affected by what? Hansen Feast. Defeat as many Tem Tem as you can before the time runs out. Well, good news, I'm good at killing. And as you can see, every single Tem we defeat while the timer is going drops money. It's just free money. How can you say no to that? The only thing that delayed us getting even more money is just they weren't spawning enough monsters. Turbo boots also aren't how crystal spikes upgrade. Okay. I really should have taken that sonar that popped up earlier. I knew I was gonna regret not taking it, but I kind of figured with how often it was showing up that it would show up when I was looking for it. But foolish me, I should have really considered that that wasn't gonna be how that was gonna work at all. But what do I know? Hopefully the audio balance works, by the way. It should, but just in case, I'll put that caveat out there as usual. Another Pansen Feast, okay. The enemies are getting a little bit stronger, so we might not be able to make pure profit out of this one. We'll see. He says his next attack just sweeps the entire screen. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong about something. Oh, there's the fish that killed us last time. Here, enjoy that. That's all for you. Well, you and your friends, but either way. Yeah, stand in the Tesla prison. That's a great plan. I wish I could target any of these attacks. If I could target any of this, he would be dead already. So I would be dropping so much nonsense on top of his head. He'd be spiked, imprisoned, and blasted, and devastated before he even knew it was happening. But that's also, you know, a big part of why you can't do that. So that you don't just destroy things. Oh no, water beam. Probably don't want to step in the red and data stuff over there. That's probably not great. So you think they liked the idea of me having Vulgun scale a bit there? Just maybe a little bit? Maybe. Either way, we are now hit significantly harder, so that's good. There's a nest somewhere? Oh, there it is over there on the left side. We are taking so much damage. There we go. Pop another nest. What's in the box? Maxed out crystal spikes. Yeah. Okay, all of our techniques are maxed, so that's good. Okay, now our Vulgun scale is maxed too, so they can't give us upgrades. They can only give us new things now. So hopefully that'll lead to them finally giving us the thing we're looking for again. Ha 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 ha. You know, I shouldn't have said that. No, there it is anyway, though. It's a real shame that we only have 4 slots, though, so we're not going to be able to get whatever the upgrade for crystal spikes is. Short of getting rid of our now maxed out damage boost, which I'm not so sure I want to get rid of now. But I suppose if I see something that actually shows the crystal spike icon on it, maybe I'll go for it. That's definitely a to be decided moment there. Everything is always subject to change. I guess we'll just get nothing but sonar upgrades from this, huh? Yeah, and money. Which we're making lots of money. We are starting to die, and that's a problem. I know, dying is a problem. Crazy concept. Who would have ever thought about that? But, you know. We know that there's a cherry up here, so let's run in that direction and then check boxes along the way in the hopes that we find more fruit like that. Cannot ascend the waterfall. Oh good, a few dollars, hooray. There we go, Thunder Strike Plus, powerful lightning that strikes at random. It looks like it gets a multi-shot off of each strike now. That's not the best, but not bad. That could have been so much more interesting. But you know what? We'll take what we can get. They can't all be winners, I guess. Just keep zapping, just keep zapping, make me all the money. Give me all the cash. Money, 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 money. We're actually gonna make a lot of Pansons out of this job. And that's the best news, really. Uh-oh. Got some real big weird stuff trying to kill us now, though, and I don't know what to do with that information. Let's see how long we have to stay here. 20 seconds, huh? I mean, maybe? We do have our ultimate ready, so worst case we can defend ourselves with that. Though it looks like we're not gonna have to. It looks like we're okay. We're getting just enough volume of fire out that most things can't get to us. There we go. And with our area size now increasing, we should be in much better shape as far as coverage goes. Nice, more dragon fruit. Keep our health topped up. Oh god, water horse. Oh god, my health. Water horse hurts a lot, as it turns out. Remember when I said I might regret not having the shield? Yeah. So I'm gonna give it a second and let that experience bar keep going, because we got a lot out of that magnet. There we go. I'm kind of hoping... It doesn't have the symbol on it, so I'm going to assume Diamond Blade isn't what I need for that. There we go. That's what I was aiming for with waiting for those levels, was fishing for heals. Keep us in this a little longer. So that charge is brutal, because it goes well past the bounds of where it says the attack goes. Oh god, I don't like the looks of that giant red square behind me. I'm just gonna keep running. We're gonna run for food, because we are so hurt right now. All these red critters are definitely more dangerous too. There we go, there's the cherry I left. As long as I just stay somewhat near it so I can actually attack it without getting in its attacks, we should be okay. Because we've suddenly done a lot of work. And it's dead! We gotta win! Victory. So that should open up some stuff for us, in theory. Yep, Arbory, Block, Wind Egg, Tesla Prison Plus, Hologram, Revive, and 10,500 Pansons. Capture Pick-a-Peck. God damn. The menus are a little weird. Now all we have to do is find the egg when we're in a stage and we get the next creature. So that'll be fine. Might give Inky a break because we've done a lot with Inky. I don't remember. Yeah, you start with data corruption. Ori's big thing is starting with a dash. Which everybody else has to spend a bunch of Pansons getting, for the most part. We did just get Hologram, which sounded like a digital technique, so maybe we'll go that route then. Oh yeah, you can also buy another dash, looks like, for Ori. So that's good. Let's go ahead and get some attack speed going here. That seems like a good idea. Because if we're going to Arbory, which we may as well go to, it's probably going to get harder. Get us a reroll. Ooh, that's what Block does. It's a banish. That could be really handy. Or pickup range definitely seems like a good idea. And obviously we want more experience gain. Just go ahead and max that out straight away. More mechanical heat projectiles would be nice because that's his ultimate move, but at that point it'll be expensive enough that I'm not sure we want to go for that over raising our luck enough to make sure that we actually get what we want / need. Spent all of our money on that one, but you know what? That's fine. That's pretty much been my strategy at this point. It's like, okay, we'll just go ahead and spend all of the money on that, on whichever one I'm going to use next to make them the most viable they can be. You can also see the evolution tree based on what you've experienced of it. Like, obviously, Smazi upgrades once, and then more levels past that upgrades again. This one only upgrades once, this one doesn't at all. And this one, we've also seen, has the same path. Because I believe these two were starters in Tem Tem. I believe actually I started with... No, I didn't start with that one. I started with the digital starter, I think. I don't remember anymore. Like I said before, it's been a while. Yeah, only aimed techniques are allowed to be aimed. You might have seen the little control indicator there freaking out a bit. That's because I still have a controller plugged in and it seems to get a little confused with that regard. But it hasn't caused me any actual issues. Go ahead and get us data burst so we shoot the thing closest to us. Go, little robot, go. Ah, there we go. That... Because I had played Ori once, so we actually have a couple more of Ori's techniques available. Just drop big old blocks of data on things. There you go. Fire Tornado is fun. Fire Tornado we had already. Ah, okay, so that's how I get the synergy for Fire Tornado, so obviously we'll go and grab the Fire Chip. Because I obviously want to know what the synergy for Fire Tornado is. Who wouldn't want bigger Fire Tornado, right? I mean, really now. That just sounds perfect. I don't remember if I got the synergies for Data Burst or Data Corruption, though. Because the Ori run I didn't go the best. And I was definitely, as you might imagine, focusing Fire Tornado because Fire Tornado. Yeah, Fire Raid will be great considering we have a bunch of single target moves here at the moment, so shooting more will alleviate some of that. Though we do have a big tornado and a giant block we can drop on things, so maybe we're not too bad off in that regard. But what if more of everything? Have we considered the idea of more? If we haven't, we probably should. Oh, hologram gives you temporary invincibility. Neat. Not using it, but neat. I may turn around on that later, but right now, all attack all the time. I was originally debating eschewing Fire Tornado because I'd used it before, but you guys didn't get to see it, so you get to enjoy giant whirling ball of fire. Or that makes everything die. Those orange areas are my Data Corruption move, in case anybody didn't catch that, by the way. That's a slowing zone, which will pair nicely with things like the Fire Tornado and the giant Stamps of Death. So really it all works out. Ah, Drill goes with that. Okay. Makes sense. Use the piercing item to make your regular projectile better. Need to sneeze. Did a weird switch hand thing there to make that happen. My right hand was all the way to the left just so I didn't have to let go of the movement keys. I could have just switched hands and had my right hand moving on the keys, but that doesn't tend to work out very well for me whenever I've ended up doing that. Because my right hand isn't practiced at doing those specific movements. Nope, there's the egg. Nice, Fire Tornado upgrade. Let's go get us an egg. Yeah, go ahead and raise up Data Burst because it gets it more projectiles, and we're gonna need those. Capture. Defend the egg. That's why I was confused about the nests, is because the eggs are something you defend, whereas the nests are something you attack. And egg and nest would obviously conflate in your mind to be much the same concept. And there we go. We now have a flying pig. Take a peck. Divine Inspiration makes it invulnerable and increases its health regeneration. And it starts with Windblade. Okay. And being able to just turn invincible on command is pretty nice. It's kind of nifty. The fact that it's an ultimate means it's not going to happen very often, but there we go. 2 Fire Tornadoes at a time now. Wait, you have money. Oh. That just ran through, I guess. Sure thing, game. I'm just kind of moving along in the hopes of getting a magnet. Summoning circle. We could probably get away with doing that. It makes more enemies appear, and gives you an experience boost for all of the ones you defeat, so... it can be a handy way to gain levels pretty fast. As long as you can handle it. Which, you know, mixed results on that one sometimes. Nope, we got a boss in the field. But we get to evolve. Behold, we've become taller and we have actual limbs instead of stubby little things. So they really just look like a dude in a suit now. There we go, 3 fire tornadoes at a time. Can't go wrong with more tornadoes, especially when you're dealing with giant spiders. More turbo attack, always an option. But now back to what we were trying to do, which is going over here to whatever this icon is. Pop his barrier, pop him. Oh, it's a nest, okay. Go ahead and activate it. We fire projectiles everywhere. Now there we go, Fire Tornado Plus. A tornado that moves through an area, burning enemies and leaving a burning trail behind it. Okay, that's pretty great. Look at them go. They go zooming away. I was expecting like slow moving tornado, not Okay, so that should be pretty useful. I'm glad we invested in this. I do kind of wish that the synergies had actual names instead of just insert item plus, but you know, it is what it is.
Hello there.
Hey, ABC. Wait, no, the enemies.
Meep, meep.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing that they should stop doing. Get back here, I want to take your stuff. They're running away from me and I don't appreciate it. Yeah, for now, turbo boots so I can catch these little bastards that are running from me. Except I still can't. Never mind. It was worth a try. I mean, we did catch one of them, I guess, just not all of them. And chasing them did pan out because we did find a magnet on the way to them. So really it wasn't a total loss, I suppose. But it's off to the next marker in the hopes that something good happens. Oh, I did leave a heal up there. Maybe I should have went the other way. Well, we're already committed to this path. Maybe this was a mistake because it's a control zone. And then again, it is a short timer on this control zone. Maybe we'll be okay. He says as he's in grievous pain. Okay, we did the thing. We just might die for it. You know, I grabbed the speed booster as a joke, but at the end of the day, it might actually be the right choice. I also keep forgetting that Ori starts with a dash, so I could just be dodging that way. Whenever that yellow meter underneath our health in the middle of the screen there is full, we can dash. There's our Pansun magnet, so that'll help. Keep the money flowing. Okay, there we go. There's some healing. And it's a summoning circle. Okay. We'll save the other heal for after the summoning circle, because we'll probably need it at that point. There we go. There's maxed out data burst, so we'll be able to get the synergized version of that here in a second. Look at those tornadoes go. Ah, that helps a lot. Just dash through them rather than dealing with them. Constantly fires at nearest enemy. You know what? I can live with that. Constant data stream is absolutely fine. Especially when we have a mini-boss appearing. There we go. Yeah, that constant fire rate seems to be a decent enough idea. There we go, there's our maxed out turbo attack. It is unfortunate that you don't know what those upgrades do when you get them out of the box, because it doesn't indicate that, but, you know, on the whole, that's honestly fine. It would just be nice to have that information at your fingertips. Another Pansun feast, okay. Money, 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 money. More money. Ha 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 ha. Nice and easy. Honestly, it doesn't much matter what happens from this point. It'd be nice to get a win here, but we already unlocked the next Tem Tem, which was half the reason we were doing this. And we've also set ourselves up to get the synergy for the rest of Ori's techniques that we have so far. Other than Hologram, which, fuck Hologram. There we go, break the nest. Claim my rewards, and carry on with our lives. Now, this isn't the only thing that came out recently that I have on the docket for today. It really depends on how long I end up wanting to play this in particular for. But there's another thing in a very similar vein that came out a couple days ago, 1.0, that I also snagged basically at the same time. We'll see how that pans out. That's a pretty good box. We are so fast now. We really aren't, actually, but I can dream. Temporary invincibility. Arguably, I could have saved that for a better moment, but we're not sticking around here. Thanks to there being a bunch of healing items around, we're really holding up way better than I anticipated. Like, I started off with Hope, then Hope died, then Hope came back. Right around the time where we started getting the moving tornadoes, Hope came back. Quack, quack, quack. I don't know why I ran to the heal. Our health is full, or full-ish. Oh, there's a poison thing over here. We'll just go ahead and grab that in Poison World for a little while. Which, that's kind of the neat thing with this one, other than the Tem Tem flavoring and everything, which only means so much to so many people, is all the random power-ups and such that this game has, like the temporary invincibility, poison the map, freeze, burn everything. Just a bunch of little odds and ends like that, which help spice things up here and there. The evolution mechanics neat and all, but it really doesn't do a ton. It just basically makes all your stats go higher and gives you a different model. If the evolution was more impactful, I feel like I'd be more interested in that part of it. But like, the major selling points for this one is it's another one that's multiplayer, for one. Two, like I said, the branding and all of that. Hey there, Snork, how's it going? You know, it's nice enough that this has synergies at least. It's just unfortunate that you have to unlock the synergy before you can get it. So you basically have to run each creature twice, technically. Onwards to the next point down there, in the hopes that we get something useful. Oh, well, never mind. The boss is here. Let's deal with that first, shall we? Or, by deal with that, probably die. Yep, definitely dying. Oh, yeah, that would be difficult, but hey, at least you who got there, you did what you needed to do, and the first day is done. It will hopefully get easier from there. Now would be a good time to go get that healing item that I left laying over here. Not that it'll help much, but it'll be better than nothing. Yeah. I mean, now and then you're gonna have different issues, but yeah, the first day should, in theory, be the hardest one because you have to learn your task, basically. Which, admittedly, there are some things that are complicated enough that it'll take a couple days of training. So technically, like, the first week could be the hardest, but that's not.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Not really. I'm still alive, so I wouldn't say that. We might actually win this first try, which would be very funny. The thing is, it keeps healing every time it sleeps. Just stay here between those Oh, the hitbox for those doesn't match up with where the warning is. Okay, thanks, game. Because I definitely was standing between those lines, and it killed me anyway. So, glad they bothered to have those lines. That's fair. Hindsight being 2020, I should have dashed out of that, but I thought it was actually safe to stand there. I was lied to. We almost got an egg. If we'd killed that thing, we would have gotten another egg. Oh well, time to learn about the Pick-a-Peck. Since we have a decent amount of money. Hey there, Vale, how's it going? Raise area a little bit. Let's just grab all of these. It can't hurt to have all of those things. A little bit more health. No, you didn't mention the move at all. At least not that I remember, or as such. But yeah, 90 minutes per trip is a little rough. And so far, everything's fine here, Vale. Oh, okay, they moved. Okay. Ordinarily, when people say their job moved them, that usually implies that the job in question paid them to move. That's just a bit of a wording reversal there. Go ahead and get all these experience boosts, because we're gonna need those. Get them luck boosts going. Ooh, extra gear equipment. Yes, please. 5 gear instead of 4. Yeah, no, any commute that's over like half an hour is horrid. Like, obviously, a lot of people end up having to deal with that or worse, but just still ew regardless. Definitely gonna need speed, probably. So we'll go ahead and snag some of that. Because it's a flying pig. I don't anticipate it being fast. Dash didn't help me on the last one. True. Like, as long as you consider it worth what you end up spending to make the trip there, then that's fine. It's just inconvenient because you're losing time. And that could be spent doing literally anything else, but, you know, that's just how it is. Yeah. You may as well squeeze what money you can out of it. Let's go back to Arbory because we didn't get the boss fight there. You know, I'm glad I spent the money on getting more speed for this thing, because with the way this is moving, it definitely needs that speed. Let's see, it's got Fierce Claw, it's got Boomerang. Boomerang seems like a good idea. We'll take Boomerang. Yeah, no, it's good. There's some good designs in this. There's some less than good designs, but there's some good designs in here. Petrify. No. We won't take Petrify yet. I've seen Petrify on the other one before, so let's see what else we can end up with first. In Fierce Claw, I think Platypet also had increased knockback. That could actually work out well with the Windblade. We're not gonna have any synergies this go around because we haven't had any of these techniques in a meaningful way yet, but well, actually, I think I might have the synergy for, like, Fierce Claw, perhaps? Oh, and they get Key Field. Okay. So that's their their 2 tags, then, is they have melee and ranged. And then they've got neutral, earth, and wind, looks like. Okay. Yeah, let's take the constant damage field around us. Since we have mostly ranged techniques, a damage field would be a good idea to cover. Or for our weakness there. And I'll probably take Petrify potentially as our other one. Hey there, Crimson, how you doing? And I know our ultimate isn't an attacking move, so We won't worry about using that till we're actually in danger. Could probably use it on like a control point to make sure I don't have to worry about that. Yep, it's just a survivor style game here. And so far so good, Crimson. Glad you're doing well. We are definitely getting chewed up a little bit here. Yeah, just keep raising damage and hope for the best. Yeah, that would make the boomerang bigger, which is unfortunate. I do want the hollow core because boosting our experience gain might help. Actually, thinking about it, I have an idea. We turn on our invincibility and we just walk into them with our AoE field. I mean, usually that's not an intentional thing on their part. Usually that's not their idea, as it turns out. To my knowledge, pigs aren't lining up and volunteering to be food. But what do I know? I'm not a mind reader, most of the time. I mean, at the end of the day, they were designed that way, so you know. Their lot in life kind of ends up getting settled to a certain degree, but that doesn't mean they wanted that. I guess I'll take Petrify. Keep all the ranged attacks. That we are in real dire straits already because I didn't know when my invincibility was going to wear off yet. So I ended up tanking a stupid amount of bad damage there. We need to find some healing. Because even with the speed increases, we are not fast enough to play keep away. Nope. That would be that freeze would be nice, but it doesn't save us right now. It would only save us temporarily. Oh, of course, there was just $1 in that box. Okay, great. Come on, food? Nope. Setting things on fire is nice, but we've hit the edge of the map and I am in trouble. There's teleporting enemies coming in now. So that could be really bad. Okay, good. We're okay. We're okay. I happen to still have my health recovery boost from our ultimate up when I grabbed that food too, so we are actually looking decent for the second. Till I lose all this health again, because we have very bad coverage at the moment. We'll see how well or poorly this holds. Okay, I've circled all the way back around to where we were before, which means that freeze that I saw should be right over here somewhere. There's also this... Oh, hey, there was another food item much closer. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, pretty much. There we go, freeze them all. Now, bear in mind, they can still hurt you if you touch them while they're frozen, so... You want to be somewhat careful about that idea. There we go, get us the loot box. That damage increase will help, but probably not a game changer. Double projectiles on Petrify will help. Just gotta go find more food again. Oh, there's a boss that spawned. We're in trouble. Everything is not fine. You know what? I have a plan. Invincibility and stand on his head. Well, that sort of worked. If our key field did more damage, that would have been very effective. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do a lot of damage yet. Oh, why did that have to only be money? Yep, I knew I wasn't going to be able to keep dodging the teleporting ones for much longer. That's why it was a problem that was a money box, not a healing. Bright side, we got a bunch of the unlocks, so it's fine. Like, we got Tornado now, which will be much better. Unfortunately, we didn't max out any of our techniques, so we didn't get any of the synergies. He's unlocked, but that's fine. We will do it again and do it better. Yeah, exactly. And since each one of them almost resets back to 0 to a certain degree, it's a little rough. Go ahead and get that max health. Because, like, Inky's pretty stacked, Ori's pretty stacked, these two are alright. Piggypeck we just got, so doesn't have a lot of anything yet. But you gotta use them to get stuff, so we be using. I'm just gonna kind of hope we get Tornado and hope that Tornado is really good. Oh, there's Tornado. I mean, that's better than some of the moves we had. I liked the Boomerang, so we'll probably take Boomerang again. Ooh, decreases enemy speed, though. Does that have a range, or is that just every enemy is slower now? It seems like just every enemy is slower now. Okay, hang on, a concept. Why go faster when I can make them go slower? Exactly. The knockback increase also didn't do, like, anything. So we'll disregard that idea. Look at all of you being outrun by a pig. Look at you. You're so slow. I'm so gonna get punished for my hubris at some point, but you know what? That's half the fun. Money time. And I think I'm gonna disregard Key Field because as funny as it was to turn invincible and walk into things with it, it definitely was the beginning of the end early on when I did that and didn't know my timing. We can instead, like, go for Petrify still, so we have a way to stop enemies. Tornado, we obviously have Windblade already. And I think there was another ranged attack we had? Oh yeah, I didn't count Boomerang. There you go. So yeah, Tornado, Windblade, Boomerang, Petrify. We'll just do what we've done with some of the other Tems already, which is just inundate the world with projectiles and hope for the best. You know, the standard for this style of game, pretty much. Yeah, the cooldown reduction on that's probably gonna be huge. As much as it would be nice to keep slowing them down further, we do need to be killing them or we're not gonna go anywhere. Turn invincible so I can stay near this guy. As none of my attacks target him. Thanks, game. Thanks for that. The downside to all of your attacks being automatic. The automated system being stupid. Now we want the hollow cube again. Nom 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 nom. Treat those experience cubes like truffles. Find all of them. Get them. There's Petrify. The only thing not wind-based that we're using, because we still don't have 4 wind-based techniques. Now, mind you, this did just release in early access literally like a day or 2 ago, so they'll probably be padding out the movesets more and things like that as they go. It may also be that I have to unlock another wind-based creature to have more. I mean, I know I don't care for it, but I don't know if... I don't think I've met anybody that likes it. It's one of those things that's claimed to be something people like, and then no one ever actually admits to it. Like, I've always kind of filed it under the same heading as, like, caviar and such. It's like, yeah, sure, you can claim it's a fancy thing and that some people like it, but that is another thing. I don't think I've ever met anyone that actually says they like it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because that's about the only way truffle would be on a menu, is if a company's paying for it, generally. Hey, at least you learned that for free. You didn't have to pay for it just to be disappointed. There's a speed booster over here. I didn't even know these were a thing in this game, because none of them had ever spawned for me before. Makes sense to me. No questions here. I could further reduce our cooldowns. Yeah, alongside the fire rate, that's probably a good idea. Again, just get quantity of fire out there so that things will hopefully get cleared out by it. Especially since we haven't really gotten the option to make any of our attacks hit harder. There's the spider. Which your bosses are set, it seems, per map. Yeah, honestly, that would check out. It may also be one of those, it's a learned taste, too. Like, they learn early on to accept the way it tastes. And then they just fool themselves into thinking it actually tastes good. Because that is a thing that happens, is you get told something tastes good often enough, especially early on when you're more impressionable, and you're just gonna kind of convince yourself that it's good until you stop having it for a while and don't have that input anymore, and then reality will reassert itself and you'll turn out to be like, oh god, this tastes awful, and then you don't want it anymore. Oh, I definitely believe that as well, yeah. I've heard that reasonably universally. I don't drink, but I definitely wouldn't be too shocked there. Oh, nice. You found a shorter path there, Snork? Good. You love to see it. Well, it's shorter in terms of time. And time is the important part. Distance, sure, it costs you more Oh, okay. You just gotta make sure that it doesn't leave you in a position where you're gonna have to wait for the schedule on it. Is being beholden to its schedule could definitely lead to some interesting situations. Very true. You can kind of do whatever you want while you're on public transit. That was the one nice thing about me taking the bus for a long trip to work all the time at the first job I had. But that's also why I brought up the schedule issue, because I had to lose like an extra hour or so of my day every day because that was the only time the bus ran to the place I needed to go. Oh, near when I needed to be where I was working. Hence the caution. And yeah, no, getting some extra sleep is never a bad idea there either, as long as you don't miss your stop. And yeah, if it's still less even with the weight, then that is a much better situation by far. No, that works out then. And you can rely on them to wake you up and kick you out if need be. Yeah, to respond to the champagne thing, I've always figured champagne's not really for drinking, it's more for just shaking up and launching everywhere to celebrate, and then you throw the bottle away. Yeah, 3 wind blades is probably a better idea. You know, I get the distinct feeling that our fire rate isn't enough. Based on the amount of enemies following me right now, I can't help but feel that we are not strong enough. Because they are surviving, and I am sure not thriving right now. We could try to break this nest, but this might be a bad idea to try to do right now. No, we'll be okay. It's just gonna, you know, get a little ugly. I mean, that's a solution, Snork, but it's not really one I'd recommend, necessarily. Just use our invincibility, go grab all the things that dropped amongst them, and now we run for our life. Maxed out tornado. Okay, there's the second boss of this map. We're already doing better than we did last time. And our boomerang is also maxed out, so we don't need to think about upgrades for that. So let's finish maxing out our last attack, and then we'll hopefully be able to get some gear that'll fix the rest of it. With an emphasis on the hopefully. Now, don't get me wrong, I could probably clear all the maps much more easily if I just focus on one of the Temtems and just make them as strong as I can possibly make them with meta points and everything. I just want to see all the things. We're invincible right now, so just hang out next to him and watch as none of our attacks happen to go his way. So it absolutely did not work out as intended. Curse you, random targeting. I mean, eventually he will die regardless. He will catch enough stray shots with our volume of fire that he will die eventually. I just wanted him to die in a more convenient location so I could actually pick up the rewards without having to walk through hell. Yeah, keep raising our experience gain. Out of those options, the experience gain was the best choice. If I hadn't slowed the enemies down, I would have taken the speed increase, but I want to keep that space open to hopefully do more damage. Uh-oh. He mad. He very mad. There we go. 3 petrified projectiles. There we go. This will at least give us upgrades for all of our remaining stuff. 10% fire rate swings, pretty good. This could go badly, but we're almost to the point where the actual boss will appear. Not that I have much faith in us killing it, because I felt like we were way stronger when we died with Ori fighting that same boss, but I've been surprised before. There's always a chance. I wouldn't rate it a very high chance, but if I use my invincibility correctly fighting that boss, we might be able to get away with something there. Everything freeze. Well, except that guy, because apparently he didn't want to play by the rules. I was trying to figure out why I keep hearing duck noises, and then I remembered these things with the shells on their heads are actually ducks that run around with tridents and helmets. I remember those from actual Tem Tem now that I look at them again. Yeah, some of them are a little weird. Some of them are great, and some of them are just like, why does this exist? And you know, there's a handful of them that definitely qualify under the legally distinct label, like the little foxes that are chasing us around right now. I do enjoy the mushroom guys with boxing gloves, though. Yeah. I ended up in a weird spot with Tem Tem. I started going way hard into optimizing with the breeding system and everything, and then my enjoyment of the game died. Because I wanted to see what it could do, and then I just ended up falling too far down that rabbit hole, and that just killed my interest. I found I enjoy other monster or collection type things. Pokemon itself doesn't do anything for me, but all the things that have spawned from that becoming a genre have typically managed to be interesting. And yeah, no, this is a fun little game. I forget exactly how much I paid for it. It wasn't much. I think it was like $9 or $10. And it does have multiplayer. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad to see more of these Bullet Heaven, Vampire Survivors style games coming out with multiplayer. Because it feels like it's the next step in this genre's evolution at this point. It's like you got Spell Brigade that has multiplayer, you got Apocalypse Party, you've got this. There's at least one other one that I'm forgetting off the top of my head that has multiplayer. I keep meaning to gather people together to play Spell Brigade because I think that would be very interesting. The caveat to that one is that one has friendly fire. The catch to Vampire Survivors co-op is it's local only last I saw, unless they suddenly added online for it, which would be news to me. And we're dead. Yeah, this thing, since it can rest and heal itself, is nasty to deal with. You need some consistent damage to kill that thing. But we got a lot of good stuff for this. Yeah, that's true. The reason why it being local only would be an issue even with that is you'd be locked to being on the same screen. So you're locked to only so much movement apart is where that would become an issue. I've lost count of the amount of times I have died to camera fuckery in a local multiplayer game because you just can't move where you need to move because the other person's also forced to be running the other way to get away from the thing they're running away from. So you eventually just both hit the extreme edge of where you can go and you both die. Yes. I think we've hit the edge of what Piggypeck's gonna be doing for us here. The idea of having extra gear is nice, but Piggypeck's moveset just doesn't really do anything for me. I haven't shown off Smozzy yet. So we'll go ahead and boost Smozzy up some more. And we'll go ahead and do some work with that. Oh, good, they can get extra gear too. Excellent. We just can't afford it right now. Yeah, no, they all have, like, extensive trees in here, and then there's also here in the kudos section, each of them have independent, like, achievement sets and such that unlock more things too. Like, they put a lot in. This is all of the unlockable content, basically, in here. There's a lot. And it's all attached to different things you've already unlocked as you went. Like different Tems, different zones, etc. A little bit, yeah. It's not quite that insane, but it's a thing. So speaking of big passive trees, I'm still looking forward to when To Kill a God comes out. Because for those that don't know, that game's whole shtick is you're basically choosing your passive skill tree as you move across the map. The entire map is your skill tree, which is neat. So I'm looking forward to when that comes out. It doesn't actually have a set release date that I remember, or is the only unfortunate thing. Yeah, conceptually it's fantastic. Gameplay-wise, it was pretty fun. Not like, oh my god, the most remarkable thing, but it was pretty good. So I'm looking forward to how that fleshes out. Oh yeah, the other thing with Smozzy is his basic punches here can actually be aimed. I can control where those punches go. I kind of fell off Path of Exile after experimenting way too much, trying to find exactly what I wanted to do with that. But I do hope that 2 ends up being good. Oh, what a concept that is, trying to turn an action RPG fun, huh? Though I joke, because the action RPG genre is probably one of my favorite genres, but it definitely does have a habit of ending up way less fun than it could be because of decisions made and how it was created. And we'll go ahead and take Oshidashi, because I think I don't have any other actual melee moves. It's all physical ranged and physical weird. Yeah, exactly. That's why I frequently find myself just making whole new characters so frequently in any of those. You got a lot further than I did then. I think I made it about halfway before each character I had built started becoming boring. So I'm just like, I'll just make a new one now because this one's starting to stop getting anything new or interesting. But that was also like 3 or 4 years ago before they added apparently a bunch more skills to the game. So maybe it holds up better now? Question mark? I don't know. And yeah, it's hard to find one that hits quite the same as Diablo 2, though I will say I feel like some of that's us lying to ourselves a little bit. See, and I'd say that is as much the fault of it being an MMO as much as it being an action RPG. Because that very statement you just made there basically sounds like almost every other MMO. Like, oh yeah, the game doesn't get fun till endgame. It's like, well then what's the point to this whole thing leading up to that? Why does this rest of this game exist? And behold, bigger monkey. Exactly. That's what always drives me crazy. It's like, I get that all this padding is here so that you have more than like a few hours of game content, but come on now, please. Could you please make the rest of your game actually interesting? It's a constant killer for me for so many games where it's like a whole like half of a game is just boring. Yeah. And that's kind of the danger to a season system too, is the you kind of end up with this pseudo forced need to reset. But that would only be a need if you actually want to chase every season. But you know, there's plenty of people that do that, but at the same time, you just gotta be aware of what you're getting yourself into by doing that. Oof, that was risky. Paid off, though. That is true. I just also feel like they probably could have done away with the season system and just added those new mechanics to the game instead of resetting it to try to do it. I don't know. So, after a while, obviously, you couldn't keep adding new mechanics or everything was going to fall apart, and I get that. But that doesn't stop me wanting to have the cake and eat it too situation there. But at the end of the day, it remains a purely voluntary system anyway, so not like it's the worst thing. Yeah, but that's what happens when you're trying something somewhat new. I can't say what they were doing was completely new. but some of it was tilted in a new angle. That's also true. They got to encourage people to give them money and keep playing in some way. And I don't hold that against them. It's just one of those things where it's just like, It's like, I can't even say that I'm opposed to grind, because, yeah, well, you especially, Vale, know that I'm a Monster Hunter player, so I can't say I'm opposed to grinding and play that and be honest with myself, for one. For two, I spent a long portion of my life years ago playing Ragnarok Online, which is also a nightmarish grindcore hell zone, so can't say I am diametrically opposed to grind and still have that in my background too, but it also teaches me what grind I can tolerate and what I can't. Yee. I sure did say that. And all of the regret that that comes with, even though I loved that time. God, was that a lot of time. Even playing on private servers where it was less of a nightmare, it still was rough. Especially since I was a fool and soloed like everything in that game that was feasible to do so. There are a few things that remained unchecked boxes for me, but there wasn't much, because stubbornness is a powerful thing. Oh boy, those were years. Of course, that was also back when I had way more time that I could afford to just throw away at something like that. Yeah, I've lost count of exactly how much I did with that. But to say I have an equivalent to what you were talking about with what you've done with Path of Exile would probably be reasonably accurate. Like, I maxed out a few character classes. Though some of them were on even higher rate servers where it was a lot less of a problem. But I also think that that is a contributor to the fact that I can't do MMOs really anymore, is I think I burnt that part of me out doing that. Yeah, the art and the music are really both like big hitters for that game. The game itself was decent. And I still play some of the songs occasionally, as far as the playlist I use to go through before I start stream, for example. And mind you, the RO days for me were like 5, 6, no, more like 7 or 8 years ago, and I still am suffering from that burnout out to a certain degree. Just so people understand just how serious that fucking burnout is. But there's also the extra layer that I have to point out as a caveat there as well, in addition to the burnout, that I am a very mechanics-minded person for the most part, so if your MMO's mechanics aren't interesting, you've lost me already. And I've got some bad news for all of you MMO players out there. The average MMO's mechanics are fucking boring. A lot of them are like, hey, we've just slapped a new coat of paint on the same exact set of mechanics. Hope you like them. But we are dying a miserable death here. That's the thing. That's what gets me in trouble, is the statement I'm making is absolutely true and I wish it wasn't. Yeah, exactly. If the game mechanics are fun and engaging, it doesn't matter how much I'm doing the thing or how long I'm doing the thing for. I'll just keep doing it anyway. Because hell, even this genre that I'm playing right here, this is a grind. But I'm able to do just enough different things by, like, picking different Tems every time, for example. Keeps it just different enough for me that my brain remains engaged. If I was stuck playing the same one the entire time, I probably would have thrown this away already. And that's kind of the thing, is if you're playing an MMO, for example, just since we're on that topic already, you remain within the same box your entire journey. Is, say you picked, we'll say a tank just for the sake of using an example. You will be stuck within that tank box your entire time playing that game unless you make ults, which is just resetting that treadmill. And therein lies one of the issues there. Is if you say spend a year playing only this thing, I would lose my mind. Like at this point, I cannot retain the same skill set for that long without some variation. That's the same reason I can't stay on the same weapon in Monster Hunter, for example, anymore. Is I just cannot retain the exact same skill set the whole time, or I just get bored. Oh yeah, I have some evergreens as well, just most of them I either end up modding to change things or twisting them in some way to keep them varied. Yeah, exactly. That's another good answer for that kind of thing. Thank you for the raid, ABC. What were you up to? Welcome in, everybody. That explains why you went off and lurked immediately. Let's go ahead and raise our luck a bit more so we can grab that. Nice. Yeah. And hello, Sarah. Yeah, Plate Up's a good time. I still keep meaning to drag some people together to do that after... I was watching Char play it the other day, which reminded me that that game was a thing that existed and there was a few people I knew that had it. Understandable, ABC. You go get some rest. I will keep you in mind for that then, Vale. That means I have, counting myself, 3, and I am pretty confident I know a 4th one I can get for that, so we can definitely make something happen there. Let's try the new map. Shake things up. We'll see how things shake out, because I already have at least 4 lined up in my head now, but there may be openings for additional times. We'll see how it goes. Plate Up is definitely something I know a lot of people that own it. Just gonna be a matter of whether most of those people are willing to play it anymore. that becomes the question mark for that kind of thing. Growth Bomb might actually be a good idea. I think she said she didn't, but I don't remember. but it is in the list as well. I have many things that I have intentions of making happen. I just end up with too many ideas, and half of them don't end up getting followed up on because it involves chasing after other people to make the thing happen. Based on the current results, there would absolutely be space on that one. It just becomes a matter of scheduling and finding out which things manage to line up for people's schedules first. And by all means, if people within the server want to arrange things and then just ask me if I want to participate, that's also absolutely fine by me. That means I don't have to organize for a change. So I would be absolutely fine with that. Oh hey, we finally have a new melee move. We can karate chop things. Hata! Like, if it tells you how far behind on asking people about doing things goes, there's still more people I had in mind for the Unite collabs that I keep meaning to ask, and then just brain doesn't get around to the idea of asking. Oh, absolutely. Lethal is almost always our intended, like, filler option for a Saturday if 7 days doesn't work out. I've been trying to expand the backup list for that because of the fact that, honestly, any of us and all of us will eventually burn out on Lethal, so it can't be the only thing, but it is one of the safest standbys we have currently for those days. But that's also why a lot of those Lethal sessions end up as scuffed as they are, because it's usually, oh god, I need bodies, I need things, I need to put mods together, do the thing. Flail wildly, make thing happen. Yeah, pretty much. And by no means should anyone take that as a, oh, I hate doing that, or I have anything against anyone because of any of that. It's like, no. This is just me pointing out, like, okay, this is the downside of what I do, which is fine. I signed up to do this. If I didn't want to do all the organizing work, I wouldn't have chosen to organize a server and be organizing so much myself. Well, this area is a bit stronger, as it turns out. Of course, it doesn't help that I was only very slightly paying attention to what I was doing, because mind was miles away. Explaining all of those thoughts at once. Which is how this goes sometimes. What this is telling me is I think no, it's fine. As much as anything else, I distracted myself because of that mental journey. What this is telling me, though, is we may want to roll back a little bit. For a little while, get some money, get a little bit stronger. We haven't done this map since the demo anyway, so this will fill out the content time. Yeah. By all means, there is a spot to yell ideas around in there, so feel free to throw whatever ideas you have in there. And if you see ideas in there that you're interested in, also feel free to chime in on those, because some of them are just sitting there without having any reactions so far. Because I know of at least one other thing I was starting to organize that I mostly just haven't had the time to finish doing. Because I know it was gonna be me, Char, Lixie, and I think Morg for a Mario 64 joke collab. That was supposed to have been done months ago, and then I got distracted, everybody got busy, and I think it just never ended up happening. So I have every intention of still making that happen. I just need time. Like, my time is probably the freest out of the group, and I still schedule myself too much shit to necessarily have time. Yeah. It is the way that it is. And, like, I'm not gonna cut any of those people out of that because they were the original people for it. But it makes it complicated to make the thing happen. Oh wow, that just keeps cutting the amount of time these cubes last down more and more, but that value though, that value. If you're a really fast character, this might actually be incredibly strong. We are not that fast though, nor are we strong enough to be able to guaranteed clear to them to grab them, so we won't go crazy with that yet. Yeah, this is also why on Blue Sky I was saying before, it's like, all people have to do is literally just go, hey, I need somebody to participate in this thing, and 9 times out of 10, the answer you'll get is, what are we doing and when are we doing it? Okay, I'm in, we're doing it, there you go. Because I do this full time, so literally I have a basically open schedule. I just prefer to keep my Wednesdays and Sundays free, so I have a guaranteed rest period. So I can literally just go, yep, we're gonna go do this now then. Okay. And that's also why I took on the burden of organizer. It's like, I'm the one with the open schedule here, so it makes the most sense for me to do the organizing. Everybody else has a lot more responsibilities and shit going on. So it's just the logical path at that point. Of course, you know, ads are going to get in the way of all of this logic following through, so we just won't keep chasing that line of thought for the moment till the ads are done. There was something else I was going to say aside from that, and I've lost it already. I suppose at the end of the day, it probably wasn't that important anyway, otherwise I would have remembered it. But it's always inconvenient when those thoughts just decide to wander off without me. I'd like to know where they go. Because wherever they went, they didn't take me with them. Oh, speaking of things that haven't happened yet, in case people missed the post about it both yesterday and today, I'm still assembling that 500 game shuffler. It's taking longer than expected. I already knew it was going to take a while to assemble a list of 500 games, but I really underestimated how long that was going to take. It constantly near the Tem Tem. Okay, so we're just spam attacking around us now. That synergy's actually real good. We just have a punch shield around ourselves. Yeah, last count I think I was just about at 300 out of the 500, so it'll probably be done before this week's over, but I'll just schedule it in somewhere next week. It might even end up being Tuesday. But obviously the intention is to do Unite on Monday, so we're not going to be having that be Monday's stream. Wow, that was an extremely profitable box. God damn. That might be the most items we've gotten in one box in this game at all. Okay. We might shift that to Tuesday then. I had not I'd considered that, but I also didn't think to directly ask about anything relating to that. I just need to touch base with Pazzy, which was the other thing that I forgot to do, is I meant to ask him about that and then I forgot to ask. I know he was doing Tuesday streams before, so it might end up being that Tuesday may end up being the ideal day for that then. Though it would probably end up being later in the day regardless. Is it what his schedule usually looks like? But again, I'll touch base with him and find out in detail there. And then I'll poke a few other people probably as soon as I'm done here today. I will put that out in the air so I hold myself accountable that I'll actually ask other people about that. Yeah. That makes sense. One way or the other, it'll probably end up being toward the later end, like I said, because he usually doesn't end up freed up till like later on, like 6 or 7-ish on average, so either day it would probably end up being around the same point. Like, obviously, I cannot speak for guarantees for that, because that is not my schedule to state, but that has been the average I've witnessed. And if we can't all be in one place at one time all the time, that's also fine, because, you know, there's gonna be a lot of hunting to be done anyway. So if it ends up needing to be rotating hands, that's also entirely fine by me. Especially if I can actually manage to net more than 4 people, then rotating cast would actually work out quite well. That, again, depends on how many more yeses I get about the idea. Since we currently have 3 on board, we technically only need 1 more. At least have the full hunting party. More would be ideal to fill little gaps, or just make it so that more people could hunt more frequently, if they so choose to. That was part of the idea behind putting the entire setup for it just in the server. It's like, maybe somebody else will bite on this idea that I didn't think to ask. Because I like to think that I'm good at remembering what everybody's interested in that group, but there's only so much information any one person can retain. And I've noticed, especially, I wouldn't say the last few weeks or anything, but the last few months definitely, my retention of certain pieces of information just has not been as high. And I think it's just because I have too much information flowing constantly. Like, you just hit a point where you're pushing that line a little too far, and brain's just like, nah, we ain't having any more of your shit. Yeah, and I've been told to do that before, and it's a good idea. I'm very bad about pinging people or encouraging anything of that like to begin with in there. Like, I only recently got even reasonably consistent pinging the 7 days roll just because I've had to do that so much now to make sure that that actually happens. Which I also forgot to do that this week, so I'll be doing that when I'm done here today to check on everybody for Saturday. Because, you know, another one of those layers of this is me doing everything myself because I'm a fool that way. Anything that falls outside of my personal foibles for doing something probably ends up not happening, even if it's a better idea. I didn't really want the max upgrade for Daredevil Cloak yet, but I guess we have it now. Like, at some point, at the very minimum, I really should figure out at least some moderators for this channel here. But I've been stubborn and been like, I can do everything myself, it's fine. Because I've also not really had that much trouble come in here. The handful of issues I've just batted on site and moved on with my life. But it's also hard to find people that will understand the exact same lines that I do as far as what's okay and what's not. Is like, I feel like my rules are a little open still, so it's like, I can't just have people be like, oh yeah, we'll take care of anybody that breaks a rule. It's like, well, half the problematic behavior doesn't actually break any of those rules, but it's still problematic behavior. And behold, biggest monkey with fancy hair. Yes. And, like, obviously I've taken some of the moderating work off of myself by assigning it to Firebot. But bots can also only do so much, too. I've not had that problem yet. But I've also made it reasonably clear that anybody who comes in preaching religion is getting pitched right out the window instantaneously, while being laughed at. Exactly, it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know why you think that that's a thing you can do here, but no. goodbye. They get tossed in the same bin as those people that try to sell me things. Things that I did not in any way ask for. That's the only real trouble I think I've ever had on this channel, aside from the occasional people that don't get the hint about the no backseating rule. It just is people trying to sell old garbage copy-paste art that more than likely is just being sold by a bot. Which, it becomes double comical when you're your own artist and somebody rolls up trying to sell you art. It's just like, you do realize who you're talking to, right? And the things that I do, what half of my job is. And you're rolling up trying to take my job. Just boggles the mind. The easy answer there is they don't think of it, because they don't think before they just send these copy-paste approaches out to every single little account and they can get their claws on. I mean, that's also true. Brain usage difficult. I do at times admittedly wonder if I hold the people of the internet to too high a standard, expecting them to think. But, you know, I have to dream. Ooh, this would be a convenient fire chip right now. There we go. I don't even know if it set the boss on fire, but it just set everything else on fire. But look how much easier this stage is compared to the other stages we were doing. This is stage 1. Hence why this is so much easier, is it's stage 1. We can just kind of stand next to this boss and it'll die. Hey, look, we won. The scaling in this is certainly a thing. It kind of feels like that at times, yeah. Ooh. We did gain another move that I didn't have. And we gained the synergy for the Haito Uchi. Sometimes it's less a curve, more of a cliff. Range class techniques, critical proper. Oh yeah, no. There's a word in there that's very accurate to what it'll do. And it's not the library. Actually, you know what? Yeah, just go all in on gear. There we go. Yeah, projectile amount is a good idea. There we go. This little platypus is ready for war now. So, sparkling bullet. Is that a stage-based one? I only ended up playing a little bit of it, but what I played was very good. Yeah, no, that's pretty much accurate. Oh, it's because we defeated Nestle in less than a minute. Okay, that's why we got that. I wanted to look at the technique. I'm assuming that's an electric move. That looks electric. Okay, the only one of their games I played, I think, was Library of Ruina. I don't think I ended up playing Lobotomy Corp or anything. I want to say they're all under the same I'm heading. I might be getting my lines crossed on that one. Okay, I was remembering right. Do I have anything left to do in Denise before I go back in there? Yeah, Limbus Company was the other one I wasn't thinking of. I knew there was one more. I just could not think of what it was. Coming soon, coming soon.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista, how you doing? Hopefully well. That's the thing, everyone I've ever heard talk about any of those say they're great, which is a good consistency to have, but I always get a little worried when I hear such a consistent set of statements like that, is like, that means it probably appeals to a very specific set of people, and I don't know if I will end up being that set of people. I was gonna say, some games that are an exercise in pain end up being fun. It just depends on your tolerance for why it's painful. That's also a consistent statement I've heard relating to those games, is that it ruined somebody's life. Usually in a positive sense, but just... ugh. I mean, as you know, I certainly try to have it be here. I cannot guarantee it beyond all doubts, but we try to keep things good here. I certainly keep things distracting here. Because Lord knows we all need that distraction. Like, we've only really been talking about game design, organizing, and the game we're playing, so I don't think any of those topics will be an issue to anybody. Okay, Limbus is the one that's still running. Okay. I wasn't sure if they were still doing more for Lobotomy Corp or not. But it makes sense that the one that's most recent would end up being one of the more forgiving ones. Because they probably are learning as they go a little bit what is actually more feasible for the average. I don't think we really need projectile speed. Yeah, I think it actually benefits us that these projectiles move at the speed they do, because they're more likely to potentially hit multiple things. Birds. I don't really want Fluid Barrier. I think I'll take Fierce Claw as a coverage move. Yes, yes, Platypus, yes. Just look at this little blue thing go. Look at him running. I'll break this now. You know, just casually stand there and just cause an aquatic apocalypse. There we go. Nothing to worry about. Not a thought behind these eyes at all. You know what? Sure, we'll try critical probability. keep wending my way between all the fish. Oh wow, our evolution already? Okay. Behold. Okay. Just watch somebody suffer through Lobotomy Corporation. Fun fact, actually, my first exposure to Library of Ruina was actually a Slay the Spire mod that added a lot of the content from Library of Ruina into Slay the Spire. Okay, so there's not much overlap, but they just share concepts. Yeah, no, I had a lot of fun with that mod. It was a little confusing, especially for somebody who hadn't played Ruina at all before that. But once you get a handle on it, it's pretty good. Yeah, the Act mod. I believe there was also a separate character mod as well. But I think I primarily used the Act mod. It's been a while at this point, but I want to say that that's correct. Yeah. I would say it's probably a case of you probably want to be somewhat careful if you haven't played Ruina, because I think it does contain spoilers for that game in there. But since you would be lacking context, you probably wouldn't understand the spoilers enough for them to be a problem anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I seem to recall there were warnings like that, like, all over that mod. Like, hey, play the game first. Don't just play this mod. You're going to be missing so much. Oh, that's what the reanimation kit is. It's just straight up an extra life. I mean, you know, as you do. There we go, we finally got the holster to start getting us some actual projectile count going here. I remember seeing so many things come out of things like Library of Ruina, and I just didn't understand half of them because I never played the game. I was just like, huh, I still find this funny, but I don't entirely understand why. I mean, that's how you know a meme is working, if it can completely break containment from where it originally was and it still works. Like, the original context may be lost to time, but somehow it still pulls its way through. Yeah, no, I can definitely vouch for the brain rot because of the people I've encountered that are, like, deep in there. But I would say that that kind of falls true for a lot of communities. Once you get deep enough, there's going to be the turbo brain rotted people. Because they've just gone too deep. They are gone now. They are one with the content. They're no longer anything. Never at all, no. Like, I would love to claim that I'm primarily saved from brain rot, but I feel like that's because my brain already rotted before any particular concept could brain rot me. I feel like I just had the fast pass on that one, so I didn't end up being affected by anything specific. Spinning purple bar of doom. Exactly. That which is already rotten cannot be rotted. Which is not actually true, but it's okay. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, the only neutral technique we have is the claw. That claw. Speaking of not having any brain rot at all, nope, nothing in the slightest, nope. I love the immediate double reaction there, just two completely different responses instantly. I mean, I feel like that's like 90% of most people's humor, honestly. It just kind of hits that point. You have a little bit on your own, and then just... in order for anybody to understand, you'd kind of have to fall into reference humor to a certain degree. Because you know that that's guaranteed for people to understand. It also just burrows into your head and you're just kind of stuck with it. It just lives there now. Apparently I'm just hitting a lot of particular words right now that are reminding people of things. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. That's also true. You can definitely catch people out based on generation to a certain degree. There are a few that'll surprise you sometimes. Because you get those people that grew up with just enough people from the wrong generation compared to themselves. That all they know is the things from that generation they spent all their time around, instead of their own generation. I kind of ended up falling into that at bat a little bit. Because for the longest time, I spent the majority of my time with people older than I am. When I was much younger. It's very much the opposite case at this point, considering the majority of people in the VTubing sphere are younger than me. But that's neither here nor there either. That's why I'm stuck with the damn grandpa allegations, but that's neither here nor there too. Exactly. You just kind of learn to roll with it and go, yep, you know what, I'm the old one, this is fine. Now, see, if I let them call me old, then they have to accept that I'm wiser than they are, at least, so... I can leverage this. Even though we all know that's not absolutely true, but they don't need to know that. Details. Look at that face. Actually, you know what? No, that face is about how I feel sometimes right there. Exactly. Even on people that have been in the business longer than I have, I can still claim seniority somehow. God damn. This platypus got hands. Look at these things. It can be hard to tell sometimes. Because you'll have, like, such an eclectic mix of ages and such that you have no idea what that whole batch is anymore. Some people just are baby no matter how much they age too. That is also just a thing. And you'll also end up with relative baby is a concept I've had to come to terms with as well. Compared to insert people here, you will always be baby. Either by virtue of age difference or just behavior difference. I mean, that is still younger, so I see where you're coming from with that, but at the same time, I see both sides on that one. See, and this is how these end up balancing. Sometimes you just end up in that position. You don't really know how this happened, but somehow this is the role arrangement that's occurred. Look at it this way, at least you choose to do something instead of sitting there doing nothing. So, you know, point of pride there at least. It'd be very easy to sit there and do nothing. I should know, I have spent an uncomfortable amount of time letting myself rot for no good reason, just because either doing anything is just not something I wanted to do at the time, or I can't decide what to do. But I also completely relate to that statement too, of the sitting there doing nothing is also difficult. You need to rest, but it's like, but I have things to do. I need to do something. Like, it's very interesting experiencing both sides of that sometimes. You might be surprised how much I do understand that statement. There have been an amount of hours lost of sleep because I was like, no, I need to do this thing that I'm working on. This art piece needs to be finished, or this other thing needs to happen. Let's go ahead and get rid of the critical probability there, because we have a lot of water techniques, and it also leads to synergy. And it's great that you're working on that stuff for Vale. Speaking as one who's stubborn and foolish and does everything himself, it is a godsend when anyone will help with any of that. But yeah, no, I could also vouch for the it's slowly consuming your brain part too. You just end up needing to force yourself to take breaks now and then, just so it doesn't consume everything. See, and that's how you know everything's fine, is you can retain a sense of humor. I mean, statements like that do make the allegations significantly harder to beat. Speaking as one who has made entirely too many old man statements to get out of the grandpa allegations. I mean, very advanced Bab might have degree. What I'm hearing is you're a genius. Not yet. That's fine, you'll grow into it. The looming specter of dead is a constant misfortune. Yeah, that's why it's the ultimate for this one. Though it remains probably the strongest ultimate in this game that I've seen so far, because it's a guaranteed, hey, this entire room, go away. Doesn't matter if they're dead, they're just away from me at least now. Just push everything away. Ow, 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 pain, misery, whoa. Giant horse is mean. The weird horse is rude. I don't like it. Gonna go find some cherries to mend the damage from being stomped on by an angry horse. Which, you know, that's a concept. You know, I feel like I should be glad I don't know what you're talking about on that one. Like, it's not often I can definitely say I have no idea what something is, but that one, I got nothing. And that's coming from a place of incredibly general knowledge. Okay, it's one of those bits. Okay. It's great when developers are willing to just go full in for something like that. Well, yeah, that's the perfect choice for a turnaround like that. Oh, you double charged. You bastard horse. Joke's on you, I'm not dead yet. I'm so glad I kept those revival kits on hand. Okay, the tsunami kick's pretty cool, though. You know what? I can do that, too. Uh-oh. I don't like what he's about to do here. I don't know what that big blue whirlpool was. Oh, never mind. Looks like it was just him pulling me to him so he could charge. Okay. Not as bad as I thought it would be. This thing didn't live this long when we were fighting it before, so I didn't actually get to see the whole moveset, and I feel like I was happier that way. Yeah, no, the charge is the only real dangerous thing this thing has. And it's just the fact that it can hit you like 3 or 4 times with contact damage just because it's on top of you. It's really nasty, and they probably should rebalance that a little bit. But it's also like day 2 early access, so they'll probably figure that out. Especially since it can charge like that repeatedly. Either put a bigger AI cooldown on that, or just make it not hit so hard. Because it's really mean. Like, he'll definitely die before we do. Yeah, I do get Kieran vibes, especially from how upset at this thing I am. Though some of that is admittedly just because they're both horses. That upset me. Ack. Well, there goes that life too. Good thing we have. Oh! We died together. But I had an extra life, so I win. The one time a trade is acceptable. You know what? I couldn't have asked for a better way for that round to end. Wow, Fierce Claw did a surprisingly high amount of damage for the fact that I didn't level it till way late. I probably should have leveled that sooner. That ability is apparently just really good. Ooh, now we have a pollution move. That seems like a great idea. Welcome back, Zin, and I'm sorry you're having so much trouble with your service. But I'm glad you're making the effort to be here. Here, despite it. Please do. Most service providers deserve it. Okay, a lot of this is focused on crystal spikes and things like that. That makes nothing but sense. They've had it too good for too long. Jeez. The last internet provider I had a lot of issues, but I thankfully got rid of them. Oh yeah, no, Verizon is no one's friend. I can definitely vouch for that. Back when I was still on the East Coast, we had a few issues with them too. Let's see. We did just get a new poison move, so technically I should use you again. But let's roll back to Inky, because we did get a theoretical electric move in Sparkling Bullet. I don't know if it's actually an electric move, but it looked like it would be one. Hey, take what you can get sometimes. And yeah, I can definitely relate on just wishing to get rid of them. Wait. Oh, I see. I need level 3 of each of these to get to that. See, I still have not understood the concept of Wi-Fi calling. Like, I get it at how it works mechanically. It just seems like such an odd concept. Because, like, at that point, why not just use something that already exists connected to the internet instead of just a proper phone at that point? That's the part where I'm confused. Like, aside from the fact that plenty of businesses and such don't adopt the concept of just making more sense. But no, I'm also very familiar with the... Well, everybody else is fine on this service. Why are you the only problem? Because I've had multiple phones where I'm the only one out of the entire set that has a signal issue with the exact same group. Yeah, that makes sense. It just always strikes me as a slightly odd concept. Yeah, exactly. I just don't understand why we just don't more widely embrace that instead of cell towers and all that nonsense, aside from the fact that these cell companies have to stay in business somehow. Ah, you know what? That makes incredible amounts of sense when it's put that way. Let's go ahead and slow the enemies down. I won't need as much health if they can't hit me. And with them slowed down, they'll stay in the Tesla cage longer. Well, when it's not put in front of them. Thanks, random targeting. I'm glad you're doing a great job of hitting the ocean. There you go. Yeah, well, it's more a thing of I feel like it's reached a point of it's very heavily misused and mistreated. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it almost certainly would be easier. It also removes the need to figure out how to get companies to adopt an entirely different way of accomplishing something, and we all know how long companies take to adopt any kind of change to ideas, so, you know, there's that issue as well. There we go, we'll just put a localized thunderstorm over their head. I'm liking the idea of the sparkling bullet so far, though. This seems good. Nice targeted projectile that then explodes. Can't go wrong with that. Oh god, yeah. I wonder if some of that is actually still a carryover from those times, too. I'll be honest, I don't know enough about the concept to yay or nay that one. Yeah, you've passed the shallow depth of my very general knowledge for that specific concept, but I would be interested to know the actual answers there if anybody does know. I'm always happy to absorb more information. Oh, we didn't have Thunderstrike yet. I was like, wait, I thought we had this. Oh, there we go. That would be the type to ask, yeah. Especially if you are still in communication at all with them. So it's kind of funny to think about, but I have to say that I think I've absorbed more information just listening to random people talking about things they've just had to work with over time than I think I ever learned in a classroom. Like, just indirectly absorbing concepts rather than having them thrown at me. And I don't know if that makes sense or not. Okay, good. Every now and then I wonder if I said something that makes absolutely zero sense, even though it makes sense to me or not. that is true, yeah. The more they put behind what they're saying, the easier it is for it to stick. Yeah. Especially depending on how said learning is structured and all of that as well. And, you know, there's different learning types and layers upon layers upon layers. And it goes on for days. Same. Like, I think the only things that really are still actively used in my mind from my entire trip from starting up through high school is the basic math and such that I learned. Honestly, I feel like school hurt my problem-solving skills in some ways because... And maybe it was the schooling I went through, but they were real bad about discouraging critical thinking in a meaningful way. And is they were like, well, you gotta show your work and show exactly how you achieved this goal. It's like, well, just because I achieved the goal a different way than you told me to doesn't mean I did it wrong. But I'd get in trouble for that all the time. Right or not, no, you're still wrong. Wah. Usually was the answer. Yeah, exactly. That was always my most frustrating thing, especially when I went up into college calculus and I got slapped with that literally everything I ever fucking did in that class. That teacher, by the way, failed me specifically because of that. Even though my grades were good in that class, I got failed for that anyway. Which was disgusting. And I still hold that one until the end of time. Exactly, that is not how you teach. That is not okay. Yeah, it is just bad behavior, but you also have to consider that by doing their job that poorly, they're harming themselves enough already. There's not really anything any of us would have to say or do on that one. They will handle that problem on their own. Yeah, and I still remember some very good teachers I had as well, especially... I forget exactly what this class was, but it was some bullshit class a bunch of us got put in because of his college credits. But she was doing a very good job of teaching how people interact more than what she was necessarily supposed to be teaching. So I managed to get her real good the one time because everybody was introducing themselves, and I happened to make a sound when somebody was introducing themselves that was taken as me laughing at them, which is absolutely not what happened. But she pointed me out on that one and was like, okay, fine, you act like you know so much, tell me about me. And I just rolled out all kinds of perceived nonsense that all happened to be correct. And she just sat there and stared at me like, what? How? Because, you know, I threw the classic, like, well, you clearly hide behind laughter to cover how you actually feel about things and nonsense like that, which I absolutely perceived to be the case with how she was handling a lot of things. But it ends up coming off just deep enough that it'll throw people for a loop when you drop that one on them. So I got out of that situation just fine. But that's also how I knew she was a decent teacher, because she rolled with it. She accepted that this was a thing that happened and went, you know what? You got me there. And it works out. Because that's what you gotta do. You gotta be willing to let the student's mind work on things sometimes, rather than being like, this isn't what I expected, therefore it's wrong. And that's why I point those two teachers in particular out as two sides of that coin, because it's two very different reactions to receiving something unexpected. But yeah, no, to roll back to the point you're saying about the art teacher there, I definitely experienced a couple substitute teachers like that in art classes. I thankfully never had a proper teacher that was that bad in art. And that might be why art was one of the few fields I ended up actually sticking with now. Yeah, no, she was funny. She was great. The other good professor I had at that college was the English class I took, because her approach to making people do essays was great. Instead of making us like read something and make an essay about that, or taking factual things and make essays on them, she would have us do what she calls bullshit papers. She wanted us to make something up, but try to make it believable enough. Like, I spun this whole thing about fucking ego turning into a miniature black hole inside people, and it was fucking gold. I wish I still had that paper, because it hits so right, but makes no fucking sense at the same time. But the fun thing about that is there's just enough sources you can twist just far enough that it almost sounds like it's scientifically true. And that was my favorite part about that paper. She also had us create a fictitious, to our perception, utopian society, which was also another fun one. I don't really remember anything specific about that one anymore, but that was one of the ones that was supposed to be a group project, and I ended up doing all of that. I had a feeling as soon as the word ego came up that Project Moon was coming back. But no, she was also like wonderfully supportive. One of the students wanted to be a singer, and she would actually actively encourage them to sing in class so they get more practice in and have another receptive audience for them to practice to and things like that. It was genuinely a very good person. High credit to that teacher. Thank you for the Prime sub, Vale. I mean, rot and corrosion can coexist for good or ill. Those two concepts can happen at the same time, depending on what all the components involved are made out of. And, you know, now that I say that, I don't... You know, I'm not sure how the positive side that could exist now that I say that. Sometimes the mind goes places, and even the mind involved isn't sure how it gets there. I need to find healing, or we're gonna die. And that's not what we want. Most of the time. I went the way we already went, didn't I? So there's not gonna be any jars here. There we go. Healing? Hey, healing. Summon more lightning to kind of cover things for a little bit. Wow, no matter how much I try to get myself more breathing space, it gets real claustrophobic in here again. Yikes. Okay, but we've got health again. We're fine. And at some point the mini-boss died. Everything is fine. Everything is completely under control. Ignore the fact that the bus is flying off the cliff while I say it's under control. Where we're going, we don't need roads, so it's fine. There we go, we got chain lightning now. I live in a constant state of that in almost everything I do. But at the same time, I can't help but feel, whether it's a positive or a negative thing, I kind of thrive in the environment where everything around me has gone horribly wrong. Which, to a certain degree, I blame on the fact that both the jobs I ever held, my primary function was crisis management. And after the fact, because neither job did any of the people working there take care of anything before it became a crisis. I feel like that's like one of the most relatable sentences I've uttered today, right there. Because I don't care what job anyone's doing, you more than likely have had that exact experience. As much as I wish that statement wasn't true. Though honestly, I think to a certain degree my mind only really starts to fire on the concepts once the chips are down that hard too, so maybe it's as much on my own hands there. Don't really need a speed boost, but I guess I'll take it. It'll get us to the target point over here, potentially before the boss spawns in. Oh, it's just a Pansen feast. Okay, sure, we'll take advantage of this. If it doesn't just end up getting me killed. Because it does spawn more enemies, but it also spawns money. Give me the loot box. We are running out of things to upgrade, so I probably should pick out another piece of gear at some point. Except I'm not getting new pieces of gear, so you know. Who's really at fault here, game? I'll give you a hint, it's you. Now to fight this monstrosity again. Thankfully, we do have better reach this time and more consistent attacks as long as they... Well, no, I can't really say these are more consistent attacks. We hit to whom it may concern, but we don't really hit the same place consistently at all. And then sometimes I walk into a fireball and die. Not gonna lie, completely glazed over the fact that that fire spinning was still happening. So I thought I could walk there just fine, and then, oh, hey, there's a fireball. Oh, hey, it's on me already. Well, that could be a problem, as my entire existence turns into tiny little digital bits. Upgrading armor would probably be a Nope, never mind. I was about to say getting armor might be a sensible thing, but I can get a 5th attack. Who wouldn't want a 5th attack? What is this defense you speak of? Give me an extra arm so that I might hit them with an extra weapon. I will continue on my path of a good offense is the best defense, alongside the statement of, wait, defense is a concept? Burr? You're saying I could have defense? No. You're spelling offense wrong. There we go, we got 3 techniques already. 4 techniques. We just need Sparkling Bullet and we're all set now, I think. Because that's going to be a full set of techniques that all have their synergy available. And if we can get all 5 of them with their synergy versions, we will be so strong. Because I think that was part of the problem, is we only had the one synergy move going, really. Because I think we had gotten 2, because we had gotten the Lightning Strike one, though the Lightning Strike one's not really that much better than the basic version. It just makes some extra lightning bolts come off of it. Probably stay still for a second just so we can absorb some experience. That's definitely one of the things I've been shooting myself in the foot a little bit over, is the fact that I don't stop moving, so I don't end up picking up all the experience I could be picking up. But I also just can't stay still. I can't do that. That will both get me killed, also make me go crazy if I stay still too long. I gotta go find out what's over the next hill. What's over here? What's here? What's this? What's that? What's the other thing? Yeah. And like right here, we have to actually stay in this circle. Right side, we get a free box. It's great to do those control points really early because the timers on them are super short early on. And they just steadily get longer the later in the game it is. Extra projectiles. I'm gonna have to cycle those out for the ones that synergize with my techniques, but for the moment, they're great to have, because they'll make us stronger in the immediate. Exactly. There can be a point sometimes where you have a lot of projectiles that don't do anything. Like Nimrod's, for example, is a perfect example of a game where you can actually have too many projectiles because they all do like 1 damage each. Because you have to exchange damage for those more projectiles. But in any game where it doesn't lower your stats to expand the amount of projectiles, it's just brokenly strong. Yeah, exactly. The only time I've seen a trade-off system like that end up balancing to be stronger almost regardless is Rogue Genesia, and that's just because of the amount of different cards you can get in that game over time. Just kind of eventually overwhelms any trade-offs you make with just more number. Which is also what makes that game very funny, though, is just the excessive amounts of broken that can happen in that game. Panson Feast, 3 money, yes, yes, give. Shake you all down for your coins. Give me all your money. Nom, 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 nom. You know, I don't think we've seen this part of the map like at all, have we? I think we've always stayed up higher up and died up there every time. Summoning Circle, extra experience. Give. I don't know what the synergy items for these are. None of them. Ah, well, the money increasing one's the synergy item for the Tesla cage? There's a joke there, but I'm not gonna... No, I'm leaving that one alone. Actually, there's multiple jokes there, but none of them are good. Yeah, I figured anybody that would understand the joke would understand it without me having to vocalize it. That's sometimes the more fun way to do a joke, too, is just be like, you know, there's a joke there. You have your own joke to worry about, it's fine. At the end of the day, we're all still laughing. We just may all have different reasons to be laughing. Ah, the capacitor. Yeah, that makes sense. Spark bullet, capacitor, yeah. Sure, I can live with that logic. We now are set up for the synergy for 4 out of 5 of our items. No, 3 out of 5. Because the plasma ball goes to the one thing, the pan suns goes to the Tesla cage, the capacitor goes to sparking bullet. I just need to swap out the holster and the cube. So I might keep the holster and just let one of my abilities not be synergized, because the extra projectiles would probably still be stronger than one more synergy. It also depends on if I can get rid of the equipment item after I make the synergy. I feel like you can, because it doesn't do the thing. I'm not sure how that works. I may try to break the system here. I already break things by existing. I may as well just lean into it, you know? Oh, at times I wonder if I'm losing my touch on that regard. This has been a while since I've broken things, but I feel like it's partially because I'm dealing with much more stable things than usual. Actually, no, when I was playing SOS Ops last week, I think it even was, I broke that like immediately. You know, I keep hearing this from a lot of the people I end up connecting with, and I'm really wondering if we're just all finding each other because somehow there's just this beacon going off of like calling to like there. I don't know. Ooh. They start bouncing. That's fun. Throw the bouncing death ball. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need to keep raising that up higher so that it can get its synergy. But yeah, the next time we see a different gear item, if the game even gives us a different gear item at this point, which half the time it doesn't, we'll see if swapping breaks the synergy or not. Because there doesn't seem to be anything that directly ties the two together. The item just has to exist. You can always take it the step further and just every time you look at it, it changes direction. You look away and back again, now it's sideways. Now it's pointing the other way. Now it's turned again. Yeah. But it never points back upright again. That's the important part, is it can't ever point the normal way. Otherwise it loses all meaning and goes back to normal, and that normal isn't where it's at. No, 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 no. I'm surprised I threaded that needle. I'd be lying if I said that this game's hitboxes don't continue to confound me. Both in my favor and against me. I've not been able to get a new gear item to trade any of these out, so I'm not sure if we're gonna get to test my theory. We might be locked in at this point. So it doesn't help that there's a lot of upgrades in the pool still, because all of them could get upgrades. Almost all of our techniques still have an upgrade in the pool too. One of these days I need to actually spend the Pansons to get the banishes into the pool so I can get rid of things I don't want. Because almost every single one of these characters' pools have at least one thing I'm like, no, I'm never using this. I think we're growing just slow enough right now, though, that we might be slightly behind the curve right now. Well, in theory, all of them could potentially become great, just some of them will take longer to get there than others, and some require a much more different approach to get there. And then sometimes your approach is to turn around when you shouldn't have and walk straight into an angry monkey. Brain only processed. Oh, look, healing item. Brain forgot. Choo choo, monkey. Wham. Yeah. Didn't think that one through completely. Well, we got electric storm damage. Oh, it's because we used Electric Storm a bunch. That's the ultimate move there. I think we are starting to hit a cap with Inky, though. Like, short of actually managing to land those synergies, I think Inky's not going to get any stronger until we unlock some more techniques. Which I don't think we really have that many more techniques we haven't used active right now. There's a revive, but I'm pretty sure that that's just tied to reviving other players, not reviving yourself. Mechanical heat damage. Dash distance. I'm just gonna kind of scope around and see if there's any more techniques buried around out here somewhere. Survivor's Burst, that's a new gear at least. You just have to win without evolving. Which... oh yeah, there's also Heat Sink, which I think gets the ultimate more often. Yeah, you're assembling the art by doing the quest, which is nice. What synergy is that? Oh, that's on the armor thing, probably. The one that I used, sort of. But not really. Yeah, because you have to block a bunch of stuff with Blockade, which I wasn't using. And then you gain access to those too. There's another new synergy there, which... ah, okay, you avoid damage with hologram. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we could get the key field synergy. And the Fierce Claw synergy, so... no, I could get both at once, actually. I only ended up playing, like, a very small amount of Kirby's Air Ride. But I do know it's good. Once you get used to it. It definitely takes a bit of getting used to. If we go Platypet again, we might be able to get Toxic Waste. So, do I have 3 toxic techniques? I have the Toxic Beam, I have Pollution, and I don't think I have a 3rd toxic technique. Yeah, because Toxic Ink is the one we started with. No, because it won't count a synergy as a separate technique, so that wouldn't work. Oh, there's another water move we can get. We can Water Cannon if we beat Oshiara in 1 minute. That's potentially doable. We still need to get the Mental Egg for dealing with that thing. Yes, please do make sure to go eat. God damn it, please. Eat. Much appreciated. Yes, everyone should make sure they actually eat. Eating is important. Yeah, I think our best bets are to try to go for those other techniques we don't have. And see if we can make something happen because of them. Yeah, we got another technique there, but that's involving the new stage that we were having trouble with. Which stage was Oceana? I could also use Piggypeck more to get Asteroid Belt, which that I presume is an Earth technique based on the fact that it's rocks, but it might be a wind technique. Now, it's got a green border, so I think it's a... let me take a look. Do techniques have different colored borders? Or is... no, I think the borders are just because of what section they're in. Okay, if we go back to Deniz, we can probably take Oshiara in less than a minute. Get Water Cannon. And then probably leverage Water Cannon with Platypet to do the stage we're having trouble with. Which of them will clear the stage the fastest, though? Probably one of you two. Since you get your evolutions and get way stronger. Which, since your level up bonus is percentage damage, we'll just go ahead and use you. Is despite being the first one you get, Platypet really does seem like the strongest, most consistent one. Which simultaneously does and doesn't make sense. It's unfortunate though that they don't have the technique bonus, at least not anywhere I can find. So we can only have extra gear, we can't have extra techniques. Which is probably where the power difference ends up coming in, is the ones who can have a lot of extra techniques can eventually become stronger, but you need to get the techniques to do it first. It's one of those, you know, immediate power versus overall power type deals. Yeah, I already maxed out hit points. Let's go ahead and just finish off luck. Luck is not a bad idea to have ever, because if you have luck on your side, life is usually a little easier. So let's see, that was Denise that we needed to clear the boss quick on. And we can also try out the new poison technique if it shows up. What do you know? There it is immediately. Okay, so it's just like a poison shotgun spray. That's pretty good. Extra poison damage. Okay. I mean, if we end up with both the toxic moves, toxins might actually be a really good idea to have. We'll grab it for now. We might replace it later. We also have extra gear slots anyway, so it's not like it'll hurt anything to have it for the time being. We also have a couple moves we can't use the synergies for anyway because we don't have the synergies unlocked. Did I want Fierce Claw? I do kind of want to unlock the synergy for Fierce Claw. Oh, apparently there's a synergy involving that. It might very well be the other toxic move combines with that. Or it might even be that one, but we don't have the ability to actually use that in that manner. We'll go ahead and take Fierce Claw for now. We can always replace it later. We also know that Fierce Claw is decent. I'm not entirely sure how long I'm gonna go for today. I was originally considering doing a second game today, like I'd mentioned before, but we're already 3.5 hours in on this one, and I know for a fact I'm not gonna go for like 7 hours, so whatever the other one is would end up getting the shorter time. And with what I was considering doing as the other game, I don't think it would be fair to have it have the shorter time. So I'll probably just push that off to a different day. I might like open another day with it, or maybe I'll extend tomorrow with it if I feel up for it, depending on how long I play with Xeno tomorrow. Which, for those who were wondering when I was announcing that before, or we are confirmed to be playing For the King 2 tomorrow, barring any last minute things happening. Because I always add that caveat, because there's always the chance where it's like, well, one or another of us is sick, guess we're not doing it. Yeah, that is an eternal possibility, but the intention is for us to do it tomorrow. considering time, it'll probably still just be more Dark Carnival. Because I'm just not sure if doing the regular mode of that game is really that great for a stream, necessarily, because of just how long it can take moving around the world and everything. I don't know. We'll discuss that as we prep to do the thing. There we go. I don't like the delay that there is on those nests spitting out their items. We could try to go for the win without evolving thing as well, because I'm pretty confident we can win. I just don't know if we'd get the win fast enough thing. And since our goal is attack another technique, I'm gonna go ahead and evolve to have the extra damage. Now, the downside to me having taken Fierce Claw is there's a chance that it's gonna block us from getting the other technique that I'm looking for. The spinning poison thing. And at the end of the day, that might actually be completely fine. Because as we discovered, Fierce Claw ended up doing more damage than the spinning poison thing. The only reason I'm interested in having it now is because we have two different toxin upgrades. So I feel like it would overall end up being stronger. But we just gotta, you know, get it to show up. That we are continuously suffering from the issue of I cannot target my attacks, therefore... Oh, there we go. I say that it's not gonna show up, and that's what makes it appear. Goodbye, Fierce Claw. Which the advantage to that is, even though it too does not target, it hits basically everything. So... it works itself out. It's a great way to clear the area around myself so I can move freely. It just doesn't clear it all instantaneously, so I gotta be somewhat attentive to how I move. Which, speaking of things I really need to remain accountable more for, I need to get that art for the Blue Sky group done. But part of that's relying on input that I have not received yet, too, so... I may just take matters into my own hands as far as that input goes and just figure something out. And it'll just be what it'll be. Because I had an idea in mind, but if I don't get the input that I need, then, you know, the idea can't happen. Therefore, backup plan. And I know I'm dancing around it all. That's because I want it to be a surprise. Just understand that things are being worked on, and as most of you know by now, if I'm working on something, it's probably going to be something very silly. In the best possible way. Also, almost died just to wind there. Didn't realize that that AoE they had did that much damage. I thought it was like the opposite of the pull moves we encountered before, where it would push me away from him. Instead, it nearly destroyed me. So, you know, lesson learned. Wind hurts. Look at that clearing. There we go, get better cooldown on the pollution. One of the few times you'll ever see me be happy about pollution. The only other time being Factorio, and even then I'm not exactly happy about that. I just acknowledge that he's going to be a constant. Which there is theoretically going to be a Factorio thing happening before too long as well. That's just in arrangement hell to a certain degree as well, much like anything I'm doing. I'm also trying to practice the new Space Age stuff a little bit more before I agree to play it on stream with people, so I know what I'm doing. Fumbling is fun to a certain point, but a game like that, fumbling really just makes things take way longer, and I don't necessarily want that. Basically, there's fun and funny kind of fumbling, and then there's unfun, unfunny fumbling. Ooh, there we go. That's way better. Look at that. That's coverage right there. You know what's better than one poison beam? 4 poison beams. Well, that nest lasted a while, huh? Look at all the loot. We still have like 2 pieces of gear and nothing else. We've just been getting like duplicates on duplicates on duplicates, which is great for boosting all of our stuff, but it's not great for getting the other half of any of these synergies. On the bright side, we're 8 minutes in and we are powerful. So we got that going for us. And we've only got 1 synergy right now. As soon as we get the rest of them, we will be a nightmare to behold. Though admittedly, I have to acknowledge that this is way more built for coverage than it is for getting rid of an individual target, so we may still have trouble getting the 1 minute kill. We will find out. There we go, pollution's maxed out. We only have 1 technique left to max out now, and then from there it should be mostly giving us gear. So it'll probably try to still give me that stupid force bubble that I have no interest in using. Because very frequently asking me to block is asking me to fail. It's like, there are some systems that make blocking, parrying, and all of that engaging and interesting. A lot of them really just make me feel like, okay, I've bought myself a moment here to hopefully get to do something. Oh, nope, I have to block again. Okay, and I have to block again. Still can't get a word in edgewise. Glad I'm still standing here blocking and not getting to do anything. But that falls into the impatient mindset I've mentioned about myself numerous times. Where it doesn't even take long being stuck on the back foot for me to be like, but I want to do something. And it's not necessarily something that makes sense. It's just, this is how my brain works. And this is also completely ignoring the fact that you are in fact doing something by blocking those attacks, because you are making sure you're not dying. And more than likely, if you're with other people, ensuring as well that they're not dying. And it's an important role to have, it's just not a role that's engaging for me. It's one of those, it needs to have things to do that benefit its job. Like, to make it clear, I am not against being the tank on a team. Though I have a preference for not doing that job, but there are situations where I've absolutely enjoyed that role. And it's all in how that role is handled. The key at the end of the day is I always want to feel like an active participant in whatever's happening. That's the important factor. Something has to always feel like it's happening, and I have to feel like I am having an impact on what's occurring. Doesn't even have to be a big impact, it just has to be an impact. And you can unpack whatever information you feel like trying to out of that thought process. A chunk of it will probably be true. Will it all be true? No, probably not, but, you know, take whatever conclusions you want there. Of course, the next objective spawned the other way. The fact that we still don't have the other 3 gear slots filled continues to boggle my mind. And a part of that, I think, is just the fact that we've gotten so many chests on this run. Oh, speaking of chests, hey, look, another one. I'm not even sure what it... Yeah, it can only give me money because we don't have anything for it to upgrade, and it won't give you an entirely other item, I've noticed. Out of these chests, it only gives you upgrades. Probably so that it can't randomly give you something and take up a slot. There's our final evolution, and neither of these are gear that I especially want. Well, no. I do want the Kusanagi. Because our goal, after all, is to kill a boss quickly. So I'm gonna pass over evolving this level, and hopefully we'll get it next level. Or at least it'll show up again. Because the same thing happened when we had the option to evolve the further. So hopefully it'll show up again. I don't know if there's like a chance involved in that or what. We'll find out. Because I've almost always taken the evolution option when it's there, because the evolution upgrade is just really good. Biggest problem is we're running out of time before the boss appears. Okay, yeah, the upgrade is still there. Fire rate increase would also be nice, but the damage increase here is too good. And I do like this design, even though it's a little silly, it's also a fun design. Just Yangi now. He gonna fuck you up. Nyum. Speed. Well, I was looking for the cherry, but I found a bigger, better fruit, so you know what? We'll take that. It all worked according to plan. Control zone, huh? I can just stand here. This is fine. Let's see if they can even get close without me using the whirl. Yep, they can, and now they don't. These big guys, though, are a little bit of an issue. They can still get to me pretty easily because they're just really durable. And our attacks do take a little while to go off. But we did it. And this should get us another boost for the sword. Nice, it's maxed out now. So we do 30% extra boss damage. All a part of the plan to just demolish the boss immediately. There it is. Let's go get it. So this is the one where we have to kind of dodge it. So we might still not get the under a minute kill here. Especially since even now, apparently, we're not doing super high damage to it. Which makes sense because, again, our attacks do take a little while to happen. Still, we're kind of on track for killing it fast enough so far. Because we're halfway through the minute, and it's halfway through its health. I just need to be a little bit more ballsy. And we do have the resurrection kit to kind of cheese this a little bit with, too. That's why I'm being as brave as I am. Especially when it tries to heal like that. Oh, I think it outran me just enough that that's going to be an issue. It's going to be close. I don't think it spawned in at the minute mark, so we might have gotten it. Nope, we didn't get it. We missed it by a couple seconds. Oh, that's infuriating. Because now my brain's going, well, if you had Fierce Claw, you probably would have gotten it. And I can't say no. I can't say that that's not true, because that would have been continuous damage instead of the long delay we had between attacks. Ah, so close yet so far. Max out our damage. Increase our water type damage. Yeah, we need the other side here. But that's fine. Just boost the hell out of our water type damage. So our damage in general is just significantly higher immediately now. Because as you might imagine, we're going again. And we're gonna do it better this time. Like, it's unfortunate that we have to basically just do the same thing again. But we do at least have the pollution synergy to work with, too. And I might just get rid of, like, Wave or something instead of getting rid of the Poison Spin. So we didn't get the synergy for Wave at all still. We definitely hit harder immediately, though, now. So that's good. We did admittedly get very gear-starved that last round, too. So for us to have been as strong as we were with the gear we got, I am pretty happy. We just can do better. Early XP bonus isn't a bad thing. Even if it's only 5%, it still helps. We do want that. We want both of the... Well, we want these three, really. Don't care about this. We want all of these, though. In the interest of getting our experience faster, I'm going to go ahead and grab Pollution so we have yet another vector of attack to keep killing. And we're just gonna be on the lookout for gear upgrades that give us synergies for any of the things we have. So I'm pretty sure that the toxic thing is what synergizes with pollution. Since we saw that the toxic thing was part of a synergy. Heal already. The toxic damage increase, that is. I just realized there's like 6 toxic things. It's like, you know, probably doesn't make sense. Number of projectiles would not actually help us that much because we only have 1 projectile move. Area, however, helps all of them, so we'll go with the area one. I know it sounds like madness not to take the holster, but if we take the intended 4 moves that I'm planning to take, it would still only affect the water blades. And once we have the synergy for that, we'll have 4 projectiles coming out of that anyway. So I don't know how valuable that is. Duration could be good. Make the thing spin around us longer. It's again not a synergy item, but we're only gonna have 3 techniques that have synergies anyway. So this can go ahead and exist. The intention is once that percentage is high enough, it'll probably achieve at least 1 more rotation around us, if not more than that, since it rotates reasonably quickly. So we'll be able to get some real work done there with a bit of luck. Let's actually go hit the objective too. It's gonna slow our experience gain down briefly, but it should be worth it because presumably we will get more chests out of this, and more chests mean more free upgrades, etc. Nope, it's a Panson Feast, which is for once not the one I want. Just clear the field, get the free money. Part of me wanted to walk right out of here after realizing it was the Panson Feast. But if we keep getting more Pansons, it will help. And eventually that word's gonna lose all meaning because I say it too many times. Then again, if it was that easy for a word to lose meaning, 90% of what I say would probably have lost meaning by now. Which, admittedly, to some people, it probably has. Oh well. Gonna keep on saying things the way I do anyway. Spin the poison. Of course both attacks went off together. God damn it. That's fine. There's our evolution, and yeah, none of these are things I especially want. I could go for the key field as well. But again, that's more of a coverage move than a boss killing move. I feel like I want Fierce Claw just so we have guaranteed applied damage to the enemy. The other side to that coin is we are gonna have a small problem in that if I go for that and I don't have the resurrection thing, we might die. And that would be very inconvenient towards our goals, as you might imagine. Dying is generally considered inefficient. There's Wave, but I don't really want Wave in our current situation. Oh, now that I think about it though, taking that sword as well means we're only getting 2 of our synergy items unless I replace something / get the replacement item to even show up. So that could be a problem. There's the claw we wanted though, so we'll go ahead and grab that now because none of those were remarkable options. Other than the skill upgrade. But it seems like this game is somewhat designed with the intention of you grab all of the individual items you want fast, and then you use like chests and such to upgrade them. Is the smarter way to do things. Oh, we've got a boss in play now, huh? Okay, let's deal with you first then, I guess. Thank you for the raid, you're right. What are we up to today? Hopefully you're all doing well. And don't mind me as I'm just bringing small creatures to war on other small creatures. Yeah. Welcome in, Grumpy Gamer. Hope you're doing well. You know, close enough. That's understandable. Ah. The origin of the species. Understood. It's kind of funny in a way that it ends up bracketed that way, where I'm playing one of the latest ones and you were playing basically the origin of this genre to a certain degree. I still need to buy the Castlevania DLC. You would think it was an obvious thing for me to have grabbed, but I have not picked up that DLC or the last two because I've just been chasing so many new games in the genre instead. But I eventually need to roll back and do that. Because even to buy all the DLC right now is, I think, like $8 or so. It's not even expensive. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things, and I know for a fact everything they've done is quality work. It's so easy to get so distracted doing so many other things. This really is a flourishing genre right now, which makes me very happy. There we go. Now we're set up for that synergy as soon as we max that weapon out. There's 2 upgrades for our Toxic Ink. And I also admit to the ulterior motive of playing some of the newer ones by virtue of the fact that these have multiplayer, and I'm trying to make people aware of that so that people will play them. Yeah, let's finish upgrading pollution. There's our maxed out toxins. Okay, now we should be able to get pollution synergy and find out what that actually turns into. Honestly, I feel like it's already hit a saturation point. That's kind of unfortunate because there are a lot of like teeny tiny kind of garbo cash-in games, but most of them don't even make it onto a noticeable part of the store most of the time, so it's not really an issue. And there still remains a lot of very good twists on the genre, like Nimrods. This is a little less of a big twist on the genre, but it's fine enough, and it has multiplayer, so that's kind of their big thing for it. But yeah, no, genre oversaturation can definitely be a huge issue. There was another Bullet Heaven I was going to play today. The exact title escapes me, but it's from the same people that made Despot's game. If anybody remembers that auto battler from not too awful long ago, but also decently long ago. I was playing that a little bit before I started the stream today, and that one's pretty fun too. But I ended up shuffling that to another day because I spent enough time playing this that I wasn't going to be able to split it well. but that one's neat in that it kind of merges auto battlers and bullet heavens together, where you have to get duplicates of things to combine them in order to upgrade things, instead of it just being what we have here, where a bunch of cards pop up in front of you. Okay, there's our toxic ink. Wait, does this do both of them? Oh no, this wasn't the one for pollution, just these two icons look very similar. So we still need whatever the item that boosts pollution is, but the toxic ink synergy is very good because it does that. We now have 4 pillars of doom spinning around us, which is very handy. Can I protect this zone long enough? Yeah, I absolutely can. It's only a couple seconds. There we go. Open this box. Capacitor upgrade's not bad, I'll take it. Oh yeah, this is like the one major twist this has, is the fact that it has the full evolution lines from the actual Tem Tem game in here. So, you know, if that's your thing, that's a big move for it. And it does provide a decent power boost, so it's worthwhile in its own right there as well. And I do have to give this game full credit for meta progression, because god does it have a lot of meta progression available. No, not most of it doesn't make you inherently way more powerful per run, but some of it definitely helps. Yeah, it was a weird change, because they had announced this game a long while back. Yeah. I mean, personally, okay, I was gonna say, it depends on which one you're pointing at with that one. But at least the game, both of these games run well, so you're right on that one. What I was gonna say though is Tem Tem itself was kind of hit or miss. Like, it had some good ideas, but also some half-baked ideas. Like, the actual co-op in that, for example, was a real half-baked experience. They could have done so much more with that, but unfortunately, it kind of sat in the middle. Ironically, it's almost in the same line as what the Scarlet and Violet co-op ended up being. But before Scarlet and Violet existed. So, you know, take that thought as you will as well. Oh yeah, people would absolutely eat up anything that had actual Pokemon models in it. I mean, just look at how well Pokemon Unite is doing. Even though it's only a MOBA, it has Pokemon in it, therefore it has achieved asinine popularity. That's not to say that everything with Pokemon in it does well, though. Like, the Pokemon fighting game, for example, I don't recall doing resoundingly well outside of within the fighting game community to a certain degree. And even that wasn't remarkable. But I also didn't pay that much attention to it, so I might have missed information on that one. Like, I know it has its community of defenders, I just don't know if it has, like, a huge fan base. I mean, there are people that will enjoy fighting games casually, just fine. It ends up being, yeah, it ends up not quite hitting for the original community that the game would have come from, necessarily, yeah. Which is also kind of why Pokemon Unite was such an interesting thought, too, because let's be real, a MOBA's not going to apply to that much of the base community for that kind of thing either, and yet here we are. To be fair, Riot has decided to dip its toes into how many genres at this point? They're just kind of doing whatever the hell they want. Because they have fuck you money, so they may as well do whatever the hell they want. And I will, no matter how much I may feel negative feelings toward Riot as a company as a whole, I have to at least give them credit for trying to do other things. Yeah, they've definitely tried a lot of things and dropped a lot of things. There is that. But I'm just happy to see people doing more than just one thing with their goddamn IP. That's all I want out of that exchange. Do more than one thing with your IP. Especially an IP with as much going on in it. You may as well fucking go ham. Is there's what, like 3 or 4 single player games that end up being technically within that universe now? On top of things like Legends of Runeterra that you mentioned there. I think Teamfight Tactics technically falls into that universe. And then there's a whole other bunch of things here, there, and everywhere. There's our 30% boss damage, which we're gonna need for this plan to work. We're not gonna have as many synergies as I wanted, which is gonna be a problem, potentially. We also don't have the resurrection kit, so I might end up losing out on time here. Because for those who came in from the raid or who haven't been paying full attention the whole time, my goal right now is to kill the boss of this level in under a minute in order to unlock another technique. We just tried it right before this run, and we missed it by 3 seconds. I've got a slightly more consistent attack setup going on this time, but I'm not as confident in the actual damage output. So I'm a little worried that this might not work out. We also have 0 safety net because I had 2 extra lives in the form of the resurrection kit when we did this the first time. And this thing hits hard, so I might die in the process is the other issue. Though we are getting some very good damage clocked right out the gate, so maybe this will work out. It's just really upsetting because this fucker heals. And runs off like that a lot. Like, it's just generally problematic. We are killing it faster this time. I just need my rotating bars to go off one more time. There we go, we got it. We got it pretty clean. Okay. I don't know entirely why our Toxic Ink did so much more damage this time than it did last time, but I'll take it. Is we had toxins and Kusanagi last time. It must be the capacitor allowing it to hit more often or something. Either way, we got water cannon, and that was the entire point of doing that. And I don't even know if water cannon's any good, but goddammit, it was one of the few techniques I saw available in the unlocks that we didn't have, so I wanted it. As you can see, you have a decent roster of Tems. You start with these two and get these three from eggs, and if I beat the boss of the stage I was having trouble with, we'll get one more egg, and then presumably the other two stages will also give us these other two as eggs. And then you just hatch the egg by doing another run right afterward. So at least you've got good character variety. There is a little bit of overlap, like the platypus here and I believe it was Ori both have Fierce Claw. There's some tags they have in common, basically. But they all have a different primary tag. Like, Platypet, of course, is water. Smazy mostly does earth and fighting moves. Ori does digital and some fire. Inky is primarily electric and has a little bit of crystal stuff going on. And then Piggypeck is pure wind as far as the listing goes, but actually also has some earth moves. We're gonna be sticking with the Platypet for now, though, because we just unlocked a new water move. And so far, they have been the most successful. So since I'm not gonna be going that much longer, we're gonna go for what should work. So we can see about getting this stage cleared. Powerful column of water that deals a lot of damage. Okay. Oh! I feel like that's more of a waterfall than a water cannon, but I guess you wouldn't want to make it sound like a Pokemon move. So you know what? Fair play. You get enough area bonus on that, and that might be scary. Go ahead and get pollution back, because pollution is a very good attack. We'll probably get toxic ink again as well, because toxic ink is very useful once you get the synergy. And it's not bad in its original form either. Wave is just a little disappointing, is the only reason I'm not taking wave. Gonna get our fire rate increased. Reducing the cooldown. I'm still not entirely sure what the difference between fire rate and cooldown reduction ends up being in this game. They both exist, but I'm not entirely sure what the difference in application ends up actually being. Because you would think they would both be applying to how often you can reuse the same technique. Ooh, there we go. More for water columns at once. Yes, please. Like, I don't know if there's a period before it goes back on cooldown or what that is involved or something. I've been watching those meters and it still doesn't show me anything meaningful. No matter how much I watch that. That might end up being just something that's just esoteric enough that it would have to be looked up to understand it. Just like, see, there's the cooldown listed there. But there's no fire rate listed on any of these things ever. So it's just slightly weird. We'll go ahead and take our evolution for now. Oh, and that's another point to note, by the way. Not every Temtem in this game has an evolution. Inky and Piggypeck both don't have evolutions currently. I don't know if they're going to have them later, or if they just don't have them straight up, because I don't remember the evolutionary lines from the original Temtem well enough. I just find it slightly strange that there are some that do and some that don't in this game. You would think they would have just taken primarily ones that have full evolution lines just to keep that consistent. But again, it's day 2 early access as well, so some oddities are going to crop up. But I will give them credit for every map at least looking different and having a completely different set of enemies on it. So full credit for that, even if they are all at the end of the day the same, because it's just a layout of obstacles on a flat plane. But at least they're all aesthetically different. And like, with this style of game, there's only so much you can really do with the map before it becomes a problem, rather than a benefit. So in case anybody thinks I'm complaining when I say that, no, that's not the point to the statement. This is just laying out the facts as they are. Because there have definitely been a few games of this type that have ended up becoming a problem, actually, because of their arena design. Like, I think it was Soulstone Survivors, for example, that you can occasionally have your vision blocked by the walls of the room you're in, so you can't actually tell where enemies are, and you get attacked from places you can't necessarily see. And I think there was at least one other one that suffered from that same problem. And this is coming from somebody that really likes Soulstone Survivors, even though I think I've never really shown it on here. That is still another very good bullet heaven. It's just one that definitely suffers in regards to being samey to a certain degree. More so than average on the genre. Despite the fact it has a lot of character options and such, it really does end up falling into the same hole over and over again to a certain degree in order to get anything done. There we go. Spider boss dead. Oh, that still counts as being there even though he's dead. Okay. Like, it was still visibly there, but I'm like, oh, it's probably just a lingering graphic. I'm sure it's fine. I don't really want any of these. I guess I'll take this just because it won't directly interfere with anything. You would think critical probability would be fine on all of them, but apparently it only applies to the water cannon, and I don't really know why. And as far as the fact that this does seem a little trimmed down in terms of mechanics to a certain degree, I'm going to assume that's primarily because of the fact that it's meant to be multiplayer. Because I really can't think of any of these that have multiplayer that aren't trimmed down in some ways. At least for the most part. trying to chase those mushroom guys that are glowing down because they will drop more stuff. It looks like they hit the edge of the map, so we might actually be able to get them. Holster could be nice. With what I'm planning our fourth ability to be, though, it's not gonna help that necessarily. And I'm running out of room to make sure I can get synergies. So I think we're just going to upgrade water cannon in here. And they escaped because I have no targeting control. So we accomplished nothing and nearly died for it. So that's always great. Of course, we nuked the regular version of those same enemies. Just obliterated those guys. Couldn't hit the glowing ones that would have given lots of loot, though. No, no, no. Why would I hit those? Stupid platypus. This is also taking a real sudden turn for the bad. Is like halfway through this map gets brutal. And we're at that point now where it's just like, ha ha ha, die. Like, you really have to either progress reasonably quickly, or you might just have to have, like, dash and such unlocked, perhaps. But, bright side, this got us the water cannon synergy. As soon as we find out what actually makes that synergy work. I think I'll try one more time and that'll be it. Because I do think we kind of got the short end of the stick as far as what our upgrades ended up being. Also, it just gave away the wave synergy, and that's why we didn't get it, is it needs the heat sink. Which I think that's the one you get for not evolving at all. Wow, this is just a terrible set of items. Wow. Wow. Like, they're not completely useless, but they're no good for what I was planning to do in the slightest. I guess I'll take the drill because I don't want to lock one of my technique slots. Now, you're not completely locked in, but it seems to have a tendency to prefer to give you upgrades for something rather than replacements for it, which makes sense. Okay, there's biotoxin matter, which apparently is also not the thing that upgrades pollution, so I'm really wondering what the synergy item for pollution is. None of those are the synergy item for either of the things we don't have yet. So I believe it would show the picture regardless, but maybe I'm getting that wrong because brain is muddling more and more at this point. Oh wait, no, there we go. So that is the upgrade item for pollution. Perfect, okay. I don't know if you really missed much with that. Is like, it garnered a lot of hype and then disappointed most of the people. So, yeah. You might have just saved yourself a disappointment. And the MMO side of it really wasn't really much of a thing. To put it honestly. Like, my memory of that game is a series of half-delivered promises. So, take that as you will. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those... The game itself isn't terrible, but you don't want to think too much about everything that went on during it in development and the process before it hit 1.0 and everything. I want to say they also threw some statements around about there being a sequel, and then that never happened too, and then we got this. I might be remembering wrong on that one though, because I do remember them announcing that they were working on something else, and it may just be that everybody just assumed it was going to be a sequel, and then it became this. Could evolve, or I could keep pushing towards getting Toxic Ink to be the multi-shot. I'll go ahead and evolve. Because I don't think I can get my evolution out of chest, whereas I can get the things I need to max out my techniques out of chests, which I really should be focusing more on. I think that's part of why we've been having so much trouble, is I'm starting to space out more and more again. Because we had some protection from me spacing out because of the fact that we were doing a different Tem each time. So I had to pay attention to what I was doing. Now we're kind of redoing the same runs over and over again. It can be, yeah. Some of them numb faster than others. Okay, the other objective is all the way the other way. I mean, yeah, that's the baseline of it. It just then comes down to how engaging the upgrade options and such are, and how much actual participation you have in what's happening. Because like this, all I'm doing is dodging and occasionally hitting the ultimate button. But the ones where you actually have free aiming and everything can be more engaging for a longer period in some cases. It really all depends on what you want out of it. Yeah. Which that to a certain degree makes me wonder if those actually should be considered their own thing. Like whether they should actually fall under twin stick shooter, or if they should actually be in the same category as these. Because they kind of fit both. Which I suppose just means, you know, just call them either. Whichever one you'd rather call them, do it. Labels don't really fucking matter that much anyway. Yeah, there are some that give you both as an option as well. Like, there's only like one or two, I think, at all that you purely only manual aim in. And then a bunch of them have the manual aim as an option. I mean, it depends on what you want out of it. If you want to have to aim, then by all means use the things that need aiming. Because I have played a fair bit of Hollow Cure. It is a good time. I just won't ever stream it probably because it is probably the most saturated game in this genre as far as Twitch goes. That and Vampire Survivors itself are probably the two most saturated games category-wise. The surprising third place on that one being Soulstone Survivors. Oh, absolutely. Never said, Ed, you shouldn't love it. Just saying, this is why I haven't played it live. I have played it, and it is good. I'm just doing what I do, which is showing the less seen. We all have our parts to play in this little business here. Yeah, I saw that you were posting about there being something big coming with that. Plus or minus being able to actually look at blue sky at all, considering it kind of imploded for a little while today. But that's neither here nor there. There we go. Splash all of them out of the way. I really should get the cooldown reduction for that ultimate. That ultimate is just so good. I'm sitting here trying to think of what else people could potentially do with this genre. And the answer is there's a lot you could do, but also not at the same time. Like, take, for example, trying to turn this genre and changing the perspective it's played from. Like, trying to make a first-person game in this genre. It would be probably near impossible to make it work in a way that the average person would be able to keep up with. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is I don't think it would be for most people. Is it would just start to become so overwhelming with the quantity of things there would have to be going on. And for it to get as absurd as these usually have to, you would be blinding yourself every time you try to attack. But yeah, I've heard good things about Pesticide Not Required, though I haven't gotten around to that one myself. Because it happened to pop up, I think, at a time where I already had way too many things on my plate, and then it kind of got forgotten. I think we're gonna die here again unless I can find some health. I mean, that helps. Gotta find a container and hope we get a healing item before we get killed. Though we got enough fast enemies coming in now that I think we might be SOL. Especially these goddamn shielded guys. Fucking bubbled bastards hiding behind their shields. Like, I can dance a pretty good dance, but they are not making it easy. We didn't see the opportunity for the resurrection kit or anything, I don't think. So I can't even say, like, well, I passed over the resurrection kit, so it's on me. It's like, well, no, we didn't even get that chance. Yep, nope, we're SOL. There's just started to be too much, and there was no healing anywhere to be found on that whole path. Ugh. That, I think, might be the one big frustration I have with this, is sometimes you just have big stretches of no jars, no openables of any kind. So, well, guess I died, because there's nothing I can do about that. You just end up with a situation where there's just no reversing it. But like I said, that'll probably be the last run for today. I just gotta go find us somewhere to be now. Because we got a lot done, regardless of how much things had ended up going wrong at the end here. We did get a lot done. We unlocked Pigapack. Technically, I unlocked Ori and Inky off camera before we started today. We filled out 3 different Tem skill trees pretty heavily. And we filled out a good amount of the kudos. Like, I think I started today with around 100 and we basically doubled that. So, we got a lot done. Like, I would factor that as a successful session, especially for the first proper day playing something. Gonna give the list a refresh check. See if anybody else happened to pop on right as I was looking through the list. Because that almost always happens. Somehow people always manage to go live right as I'm looking around. And yep, that proves true again. There's a handful more. It just sometimes takes some doing to find an interesting option out of all of that because, you know, so many people end up doing the same things. Which, you know, to each their own as far as that goes. I just always try to find the odd ones if I can. So it's looking like we're not gonna have anything great as far as odd choices go today. At least not right now. There's a world in which I stall, but I don't think I want to stall trying to fish for anything. Can I just say that some people on Twitch have incomprehensible icons? Like, their icon, when it's small and put over there in the following list over there, become just an impossible to understand garble of image. I'm not gonna say who, because I'm not gonna call people out, but it's just like, I can't tell what your icon is. It just looks like a thing, and I can't tell what the thing is. So especially when they like pop up with the notification up there, unless I recognize them off of their or going live notification, I can't tell who they are anymore because it's like, what is that? It just ends up looking like a blob of colors. Which I'm sure it looks great when it's at a more reasonable size, but just some of these are hard to identify. Which that is totally not part of me stalling while I'm trying to make decisions here, trying to struggle to find something to talk about while I'm sitting here doing like 7 layers of mental filtering, picking where I'm going. Totally not that at all. Nope, not in the slightest. Totally not massively stalling. No. Oh, that's a nightmare. We haven't been over to see them in a while, so maybe I'll encourage that nightmare. We'll see. Do I have another good choice in front of me? I mean, I got a few good choices, but I think we'll go with that because it has been a while since we've gone to see Jackie, and she's doing 1 coin crowd control because she's crazy that way. So, you know, we'll get to see somebody suffering in 4K, so that'll be a thing. So roll back now, brain. What else were you gonna try to explain before you sent things? Okay, now we'll push the button. So tomorrow should be For the King with Xeno, as long as nothing goes wrong. Saturday, in a similar situation of in case nothing goes wrong, it should be 7 Days to Die. If not, I have a handful of backups in mind. We'll see who's still available at that point and go from there. Either Monday or Tuesday will be the start of the Monster Hunter Freedom Unite collabs. I just need to touch base with people, as I discussed earlier. And then whichever it isn't may very well just end up being a grinding session where I do some of it by myself. It may be any other thing. We'll see. I'm gonna tentatively put the 500 special into Thursday of next week, because a week should be enough for me to finish gathering together enough of games, but we'll see. That could easily end up changing, and we'll see what Friday and Saturday of next week hold for us, because it should be a very similar situation by that point. But be good to Jackie, she's good people, and I will see you all tomorrow one way or the other. Good night, everybody.